pakailah. Apa nama, mak ingat tu, rasanya kau beli, lepas tu kau pilih-pilih, lepas tu kau kata apa nama, nak tengok yang lain pula. Atau mak kata, Hafiz tu mak bayar, mak kata. Sebab rasanya macam dalam sebulan 2 jugalah beli benda tu rasanya. Hmm. Memang rasanya masa tu kau pergi dengan pikah rasanya. Lepas tu mama ada, lepas tu mak kata, ada tak apa letak tu, kau pergi dulu, ada datang tu mak bayar, mak kata macam tu lah. Okey. Tu tengah menyusun barang lah tu, besok nak pergi kan. Alah, kau kira je berapa hari kau pergi, tak payah basuh tu, tu je. Jangan pakai baju yang kau baru pakai sebelum ni. Tengok balik baju kau yang lama.
啊？冇啊。啊？咩啊？特別正啊？正係咪？正正啊，可以引流啊？細粒嘅，你細淡薄嘅細粒嘅，淡薄迄個一蝦米啊？一個板式迄個可能流啊。
Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. Could you please mute your audio, please?
Wait, look, why is it the panel the glass look made to is 4.5 centimeter. Look, as I look at the mà 30 centimeter. Hả? 30 centimeter. Nếu mà còn lúc ngoài cũng thể cao quý mỗi gì. Hả? Đập bạc cm mà là chặt xí sa triệu. Lúc mai係sa triệu mà lúc係5triệu. Nên là ở quê à lưu chung mà, lưu chung等嘅所在嘛。
The dreams and hope can give you motivation and hope in life. The quality process and an outstanding environment support you on your way to success. Here, you are taught how to have noble character to lead to a superior and Islamic personality. Yogyakarta is a city as a mirror of world growth that continues to advance along with optimism for economic growth and accelerated development in various fields. In this city too, the first international program for Islamic economics and finance in Indonesia is located. EPF is the international program for Islamic economics and finance initiated by Dr. Masyudi Mukarrabin and was officially launched in 2009 in collaboration with the Department of Islamic Economics, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya. EPF is structurally under Department of Economics Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta.
IPF is a leading and reputable international program in Islamic economics and finance for undergraduate in Indonesia. IPF has a large network nationally and internationally with reputable institutions. IPF students has been sent to many countries for exchange students: Malaysia, Thailand, Taiwan, Turkey, and European countries. I strongly suggest you to join IPF. The graduates of IPF has worked in good institutions, whether in government or in private sectors. All the best for you joining with IPF.
Our vision to become a leading economic study program in enhancing knowledge and technology based on Islamic value in Southeast Asia by year 2025.
To achieve such vision, EPF sets 4 missions including internationalization, academic excellence, research core base, and empowering people. There are various achievements at national to international levels which are proof of our quality, as well as various institutions that are members of cooperation in various fields from national to international, including Malaysia, Thailand, Taiwan, China, Korea to Spain. A perfect collaboration until we got institutional accreditation with an A grade from BANPT. What benefit you can get if you join this study program, including first, they will be given an opportunity to conduct students' exchange to EPF university partners. Second, a valuable opportunity is given to conduct internship in financial institutions and governmental authorities. Third, they will be encouraged to attend and participate in international conferences related to economics, banking, and finance. Fourth, they are prepared to reach English proficiency score or TOEFL. Fifth, they will be equipped by Islamic internationalization program at EPF character building programs. Facing competition in an increasingly open era of globalization, the development of insight, deepening of competence, and expansion of network is urgently needed to increase competitiveness. The strength of competitiveness also needs to be supported by the presence of professional staff with character born from a superior education process.
Welcome to the International Program for Islamic Economics and Finance, Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. IPF prepares the professional and competitive graduates in the area of economics, banking, Islamic finance, and Islamic economics. Let's join IPF and be part of the international community.
The International Program for Islamic Economics and Finance has various excellent programs including internship course for 6 semesters, fieldwork study abroad, international internship program, Arabic course for 2 semesters, inbound and outbound student exchange program, international conference delegation, certification of competence, delegation of international summer course, and foreign guest lecture program. Graduates of this degree are suitably qualified for employment in financial institution, the Financial Service Authority or OJK, central bank, and private public services, both global and nationally. IPF UMY towards a reputable program on Islamic economics.
Eminent, credible, sustainable. A global revolution in a truly competitive millennium. Dedication and commitment are the essence in facing challenges and fulfill hopes. Intellectuals play the most significant role in the creation of frameworks for future sustainable development. This is the pledge of University Utara, Malaysia. Management is the embodiment of University Utara Malaysia, UUM. Management that is based on thought and intellectual, where art, science and craft meet. At UUM, the holistic educational ecosystems is not merely to produce alumni, but to lay the foundation for future leaders. Emphasis is given to the advancement of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, IR 4.0. The world sees UUM as an institution of higher learning, equipped with a state-of-the-art facilities, smart campus enfolded by nature. UUM champions the voice of its students. It is the voice of future intellects.
So as a student graduating, especially from University Utara Malaysia, which is actually the management university, we need to make sure that they are actually equipped with all this proficiency.
If you look at the world now, people are talking about sustainability, go green. So UM is in the right place, greeneries, and the environment is certainly very conducive to get the students to learn and to absorb knowledge.
Research and innovation by its academic fraternity are undertaken with seriousness, not merely to fulfill the academic requirements, but to be at the forefront in shaping the industry. More than 100 million ringgit worth of research grants invested, and more than 7,000 academic publications in the field of management and business produced in the last 5 years. Facilities and amenities provided feature the latest in smart technology, complementing the tranquility of the lush green campus surroundings. First-class infrastructures within the exquisiteness and splendor of nature showcase the education ecosystems at its best.
The facilities, the environment, actually creating individual or students who have holistic skills from the perspective of academic, professional, as well as the social skill.
We believe in developing students holistically that can serve the society and country as its future leaders with the highest integrity and professionalism.
I'm actually happy to see how exactly University of Utara Malaysia have evolved itself to become a highly ranked university.
University Utara Malaysia, over the past 3 decades, has earned its own place by providing the highest quality of education and is marching forward towards achieving greater success and greatness. With the various awards and accreditations received, the future is certain and bodes well for the university. The royal patronage with the Kedah Royal House indeed provides vital publicity for the important work done at the university and allows the enormous achievements and contributions to society be recognized.
UUM is a unique environment where the emphasis of the university is not just purely on academics. In this case, academics, sporting excellence, spiritual excellence, and by then, I guess we could live up to our motto of Ilmu Budi Bhakti.
I love UUM, and I'm proud to say that I graduated from UUM.
UUM is the jewel valley of the North Malaysia.
University Utara Malaysia, the eminent management university.
The dreams and hope can give you motivation and hope in life. The quality process and an outstanding environment support you on your way to success. Here, you are taught how to have noble character to lead to a superior and Islamic personality. Yogyakarta is a city as a mirror of world growth that continues to advance along with optimism for economic growth and accelerated development in various fields. In this city too, the first international program for Islamic economics and finance in Indonesia is located. EPF is the international program for Islamic economics and finance initiated by Dr. Mashyudi Mukarrabin and was officially launched in 2009 in collaboration with the Department of Islamic Economics, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya. EPF is structurally under Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta.
IPF is a leading and reputable international program in Islamic economics and finance for undergraduate in Indonesia. IPF has a large network nationally and internationally with reputable institutions. IPF students has been sent to many countries for exchange students: Malaysia, Thailand, Taiwan, Turkey, and European countries. I strongly suggest you to join IPF the graduates of IPF has worked in good institutions, whether in government or in private sectors. All the best for you joining with IPF.
Our vision to become a leading economic study program in enhancing knowledge and technology based on Islamic value in Southeast Asia by year 2025.
To achieve such vision, EPF sets 4 missions including internationalization, academic excellence, research core base, and empowering people. There are various achievements at national to international levels which are proof of our quality, as well as various institutions that are members of cooperation in various fields from national to international, including Malaysia, Thailand, Taiwan, China, Korea, to Spain. A perfect collaboration until we got institutional accreditation with an A grade from BANPT. What benefit you can get if you join this study program, including first, they will be given an opportunity to conduct students exchange to EPF university partners. Second, a valuable opportunity is given to conduct internship in financial institutions and governmental authorities. Third, they will be encouraged to attend and participate in international conferences related to economics, banking, and finance. Fourth, they are prepared to reach English proficiency score or TOEFL. Fifth, they will be equipped by Islamic internationalization program at EPF character building programs. Facing competition in an increasingly open era of globalization, the development of insight, deepening of competence, and expansion of network is urgently needed to increase competitiveness. The strength of competitiveness also needs to be supported by the presence of professional staff with character born from a superior education process.
Welcome to the International Program for Islamic Economics and Finance, Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. IPF prepares the professional and competitive graduates in the area of economics, banking, Islamic finance, and Islamic economics. Let's join IPF and be part of the international community.
The International Program for Islamic Economics and Finance has various excellent programs including internship course for 6 semesters, fieldwork study abroad, international internship program, Arabic course for 2 semesters, inbound and outbound student exchange program, international conference delegation, certification of competence, delegation of international summer course, and foreign guest lecture program. Graduates of this degree are suitably qualified for employment in financial institution, the Financial Service Authority or OJK, central bank, and private public services, both global and nationally. EPF UMY towards a reputable program on Islamic economics.
Konon-konon nak dengar apa Zoom punya meeting tu, speaker laptop aku pun dah lingkup tau. Memang kena pakai external mic, apa speaker. Ya. Alamak.
eminent, credible, sustainable. A global revolution in a truly competitive millennium. Dedication and commitment are the essence in facing challenges and fulfill hopes. Intellectuals play the most significant role in the creation of frameworks for future sustainable development. This is the pledge of University Utara, Malaysia. Management is the embodiment of University Utara Malaysia, UUM. Management that is based on thought and intellectual, where art, science and craft meet. At UUM, the holistic educational ecosystems is not merely to produce alumni, but to lay the foundation for future leaders. Emphasis is given to the advancement of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, IR 4.0. The world sees UUM as an institution of higher learning, equipped with a state-of-the-art facilities, smart campus enfolded by nature. UUM champions the voice of its students. It is the voice of future intellects.
So as a student graduating, especially from University Utara Malaysia, which is
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this agenda is about to start soon. So without wasting time, we are going to start the agenda of the International Research Dissemination Forum 2022 soon. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the respected head of Economics Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Enda Sabtuti-Ningsih, and then the respected head School of Economics, Finance and Banking, Dr. Zalina Binti Zainal, and then also the respected coordinator of the program of UMY, Dr. Dimas Bagus Wiranata Kusuma, and then the coordinator program from University Utara Malaysia, Dr. Asnita Samsi, and last but not least, the manager program, Dr. Romi Bhakti Hartarto. Good morning. A very warm greetings to each and every one of you this morning. Welcome to the International Research Dissemination Forum 2022. I'm Sri Ani Puji Setiawati, the MC for this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for your presence today. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event, the International Research Dissemination Forum 2022, is carried out under a collaboration between Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and the School of Economics, Finance and Banking, University Utara, Malaysia. The presenters in this event are coming from 6 different countries, from Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey, Vietnam, Taiwan, China, and also Pakistan. In this event also, there will be an official launching on the summer course program of the Department of Economics of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the 5th International Training for Young Islamic Economics Leader or IT Yields. So ladies and gentlemen, before we start our main agenda for this morning, allow me to read the rundown of today's event. The first one, we are going to have the opening, and then the second one, it will be singing the national anthems, both from Indonesia and Malaysia, and then also Mars Muhammadiyah. And then the third agenda, we are going to have opening remarks from the Department of Economics of UMZ and also the School of Economics, Finance and Banking of University Utara, Malaysia. And then after the opening remarks, we will have the first parallel session on economics. And then after that, we will have break times. And after the break, we will have the second parallel session on banking and finance. And the last, it will be the closing. Okay, in addition to that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind all of the presenters, all of you, all the participants here, to keep the microphone in mute mode unless it is time for discussion or the Q&A session. And then we do really hope that all of you here could join all the 2 parallel sessions completely until the closing. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now let's start our first agenda this morning. That is the opening by reciting Basmalah together. Shall we? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, we do hope that this agenda, this event today will run smoothly. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And then right away, the second agenda, we are going to move to the second agenda, that is singing the national anthem of Indonesia, and then followed with the national anthem of Malaysia. And the last one, it will be Mars Muhammadiyah. So for the staff, maybe you can start to prepare the national anthems from both countries, Malaysia and Indonesia. Okay, thank you very much for the staff for playing the national anthems from Indonesia and also Malaysia. The national anthems of Indonesia entitled Indonesia Raya and the national anthem of Malaysia entitled Negara. Moving to the next agenda, the third agenda is the opening remarks. So without further ado, let's us now start our program by welcoming the head of School of Economics, Finance and Banking of University Utara Malaysia, Dr. Zalina binti Zainal, to deliver her opening remark. Dr. Zalina, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greetings. So dear Dr. Endah Satstuti Ningsih, Head of Departments Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the speakers, academicians from UUM and UMY, students of UUM and UMY, and all other participants. On behalf of the School of Economics, Finance and Banking, I am very pleased to welcome all speakers and all guests to the International Research Disseminations Forum IRDF 2022. This forum is one of the initiatives taken by SAB, UUM and FEB UMY to strengthen our existing collaborations. We believe it is time for us to continue these collaborations in other platforms after successfully implementing mobility programs for academicians and students. Now we know that both countries, Malaysia and Indonesia, we have dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic since 2020, which has had substantial economic and social impacts. Malaysia suffered from the worst recession in the last 20 years as a result of triple shocks involving the pandemic, immediate health effect, the economic impacts of domestic movement control, and impact of the synchronized global recessions on Malaysia's tradable sector. Despite the significant risks and uncertainties, the governments of both countries continue to seek fundamental reforms that will promote strong, resilience, and inclusive growth. Therefore, this forum theme, current issue in economics, banking and finance, empirical impacts, empirical facts and policy recommendations is not just significant, but it is relevant in coming at the time when the both countries are struggling to come up with the strategies and plans to recovery. Hopefully, this forum will bring together all scholars, academicians, practitioners, and students to exchange information and knowledge regarding economics, finance, and banking issues. Besides that, this forum will help to foster the diversity of opinions and explore ideas and relevant insight among the researchers, both from SEFB and FEP. On this final note, I would like to express my hearty congratulations and sincere gratitude to all committee members for successfully organizing this forum. To all speakers and participants, thank you indeed for support to IRDF 2022. Best wishes and thank you.
Thank you very much for Dr. Zalina for the opening remarks. And then we will move and continuing the agenda to the opening remarks from the head of Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Please welcome Dr. Endah Satstuti Ningsih.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim wa bihi nasta'inu ala umri dunya waddin wa sallallahu wa salamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. the head of School of Economics, Finance and Banking, University Utara Malaysia, Dr. Zalina binti Zainal, the honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us praise and thank to the presence of Allah Almighty for the abundance of grace and the joy, so that we can still gather in this occasion without any barriers and in good health. Not forgetting the salawat and greetings we pour out to Prophet Muhammad, who has brought us out of the dark age to the era of bright light today. May we all get intercession on the end. Amen. Furthermore, on behalf of the whole program committee, I would like to kindly welcome you to the International Research Dissemination Forum 2022. It is an honor to be here with you today. The International Research Dissemination Forum 2022 is presented by Department of Economics, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and School of Economics, Banking and Finance, University Utara Malaysia. We have gathered here to discuss about an interesting topic, current issues in economics, banking and finance, empirical facts and policies recommendation. With this topic, I would welcome to the speakers to share the views on this interesting subject. This forum aims to increase the number of research publications and improve the research quality so that the result of the research will be known to the public and can be produced massively as a part of improvement of the people's life quality and prosperity. Participated by delegates from Economics Department UMY and some other countries, and of course UUM. This forum is a combination of different ideas and experiences. These differences, however, offer priceless learning and sharing opportunities, and hopefully can empower professionals and network among the participants. We hope that you will enjoy the presentation and discussion, and also I expect that the forum could give significant contribution to the current issues related economics, banking, and finance. I would, on behalf of Economics Department of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, again thank you for the School of Economics, Finance, and Banking, University Utara Malaysia, all the speakers, participants, and guests for joining this forum. Before we start, let us play the video for our upcoming event, the 5th IT Years 2022, that will be held on this summer. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everybody, welcome to the 5th International Training for Young Islamic Economic Leaders, or 5th IELTS, organized by International Program for Islamic Economics and Finance, Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
international training for young Islamic economics leaders organized by International Program for Islamic Economics and Finance, Faculty Economics, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, is a program that prepares future leaders. This program has a training from academicians, practitioners, and policymakers that they share the knowledge with you on economics, finance, and business. This program will support you to become a future leader with a great vision, with a good understanding on what happened on the economics, finance, and business. I really encourage you to join this program to make sure that you have a good understanding and have a great vision to become future leaders.
On behalf of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, my name is Yordan Gunawan, the head of International Relations Office Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, would like to sincerely invite you all, students, participants, and also practitioners, and people who concern for the development of the Islamic banking and finance around the globe to join the ITLs held by IPF Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. These respective ITLs was conducted for more than 4 years and attended by more than 1,000 participants around the world. These respective ITLs also becoming one of the summer program which held by Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta annually, and in these occasions I would like to say congratulations for the IPF for conducting this very amazing event for the people who focus on the idea on the development of the Islamic banking and finance. So thank you very much, and we are looking forward to seeing you all in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, especially for IT Years 2022.
So this year, the 5th ITLs will discuss the issue on creative economy related with the Sustainable Development Goals in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic.
Welcome and let's join ITLs 2022.
And this program will be organized on 25th of July until 9th of August 2022. So all of you are most welcome and be part of the 5th ITLs 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, so that was the launching officially launching of the IT Yields, the 5th this year, and this annually event will be conducted next July until August, and it is organized by the international program from the Department of Economics, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Hopefully it will run smoothly and a lot of participants can join in this event. Amin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving to the next agenda, we will move to the 4th agenda. It will be our first parallel session, and this session will be on economics and To all the participants, especially, we do really hope that you could join all the 2 sessions, since if you are not able to join those 2 sessions, if I'm not mistaken, you cannot get the certificate. Please correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, from the committee, yeah. So we do really hope that you can join the 2 parallel sessions. And for this morning, we will have our first parallel session. The first parallel session will be on economics, and this session will be conducted by the MC of the parallel session itself, Dr. Romi Bhakti Hartarto will be the MC for this session, and the discussion will be Dr. Asmita Samsi. And all the presenters of the session will also be introduced by the MC as well later on. So without having wasting time, Dr. Romi, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Ami, for the excellent introduction. It's really comprehensive. Okay, so I will be here as the Master of Ceremonies in the first parallel session. I'm here with the discussant from University of Tara, Malaysia, Dr. Asmita Samsi. And we are grateful to have Professor Wing Kyung Wong as our first presenter in the first parallel session. So he will deliver a topic about is Bitcoin a better portfolio diversifier than gold, a copula and sectoral analysis. So Professor Wing Kyung Wong, without any further ado, so the time is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me share the screen first. Hi, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes,
that's perfect.
Okay. Okay. Let me share the screen first. Okay. Let me see how to share the screen. I need to show my this the PowerPoint. Share screen, new share. Okay. Okay. Can you see my this the PowerPoint? Okay. So before I start, but sorry for because I have meeting later on, so I just present first. So I'm very sorry about it. So before I start the talk, let me tell you some idea first. I think maybe you want to know how to because this paper have been published. You want to learn this paper? I'll send you my paper and the PPT. It's very simple. Okay, so I'm talk about the idea first. So if you want to, this is a good area. So I have I think I published quite a number of paper in this area. So Bitcoin and this gold also, I think it's good. So now if you want to extend this paper, so what I firstly I talk about the limitation of this paper. The limitation of this paper is we only include Bitcoin, and we include gold separately. So one important limitation is of this paper is we should include gold and Bitcoin together. That's a better approach. So if you want to extend it, definitely it's good to include gold and Bitcoin together. So we compare the stock, compare the portfolio without Bitcoin and without gold first. The first one, without Bitcoin, without gold, and the portfolio with Bitcoin, and the portfolio with gold, and then portfolio with Bitcoin, both Bitcoin and gold. So that's important. Okay. Secondly, now the Bitcoin is dropping badly. So it's good to we do the pivot from beginning or not beginning, anywhere, any point you want, then to to peak. Okay, to peak. Okay, then after that after that you can do the from peak to to now. So this is is a good approach. So we now actually I'm now work on it on the extension. So we have another thing is you talk about, I mean, what's your tool? The tool. I mean the tool you are familiar with it. So you don't use other people's tool that you are not familiar. So you use your tool you are familiar. That's a good approach. So this is definitely I mean a good area. I'm also work on the extension with my tool, with my new tool. So you may want to work in your tool, because if you work with my tool, there's a problem. I'm doing. You work with tool that other people are expert. Other people may be doing already. So you work on something you are you are the expert in it. That's important. So if you have any problem, you feel free to talk to me about it. I will tell you. So now let's come back to this the talk. So the introduction, I think I just make it. Let me see, make it short. Let me see. I go to the. Okay, so I mean we just I mean we know Bitcoin is important, so we I mean I skip. So Bitcoin is China can buy, people in China can buy Bitcoin, but now people in China cannot buy Bitcoin. So this is also good to talk about it. So you should also study the period from the somewhere beginning to the point before the China prohibit Bitcoin. Then after that, the Bitcoin after the China prohibit Bitcoin. Also there's some other thing big event you can consider. For example, there's one country they are using the Bitcoin as their the country as their currency. So I think some important event you can use it. Okay. Okay, so this talk about the Bitcoin. Only we can see the Bitcoin is very minimum. That's a problem. In China, the many it's actually this the study China. I don't know whether it's a good idea, but anyway, they published our paper. I mean, we're lucky in a good journal. So because we only have 10%, less than 10%. I mean, they invest in Bitcoin. Then we should, if you want to do China, actually you should look into it. You should do the first one, the first view. Okay, store all this. The first view they are popular. If not popular, I mean it's not important. Why we study the Bitcoin in China? Because it's less than 10% interested, and the percentage of investment in Bitcoin is so small. I mean, it's definitely not a good country to investigate. You should investigate to some country, or maybe you look into the Bitcoin, the global, which country invests the most. Then you study that country. That could be the better approach. I mean, as your extension. All right. And now we do the. Okay. So all this I think is well known. We skip. Okay. Okay, so this is our objective study. So we just this is the point now. So the Chinese investment is very small, so that is reasonable, realistic to consider only China's stock and bond. That's why we do the portfolio one is only the China stock and bond because Bitcoin is not popular. So this is one of the then we talk about the thing we are doing. Literature review, I think we skip. I mean, it's in our paper, so you can read our paper. Then you get this one. All right. So we talk about the contribution. Okay. So in this contribution, so what we do. So I mean, most important when you your paper, you can get good publication is you have good contribution to the literature. So this is very important. I mean, I don't know whether your paper have good contribution or not good contribution. It's important, but less important. The most important is you voice out. You let people know what's the contribution of your paper to the literature, so that people know. I mean, when they read your paper, people know. When the editor read your paper, they know your contribution. So this is very important. I always tell my co-author that is important. You voice out your contribution to the literature. When the editor they find that you have good contribution, they accept your paper. If they also don't know what's your contribution, they reject your paper. So this is important. So let's see what our contribution we say. So we say firstly we consider special case in China, in which Bitcoin and this are the cyber currency are forbidden. So this is the we say only, but actually in our result we didn't show this. So we don't show it. It's not important. You mentioned it because we really do study because of this case. So I think it's good to mention. But actually our paper don't have this. The first one or minimum. So anyway, we didn't have any conclusion wherever say is because it's very few people they use it, and because when you use very few people to do it, you must have the comparison. You don't have comparison, you can't draw conclusion. Anyway, this is not we mentioned, but it's not we don't contribute this much. Okay. Second, we consider the impact of sector of stock in China. Okay, so okay, so that's what we say. I mean, whether the editor believe it is up to them. But we do have this contribution. Third, we modify the relations between the Bitcoin and this asset by the simulation joint distribution. All right. So that's, I think, is good. I mean, we do simulation. I think this is a good contribution. So in my paper, in our paper, we don't really talk about how to get the portfolio. I think we should talk about we should get the portfolio on the frontier. So that's important. So I think we do. So it's I mean that's important. So this is one of our contributions. Then okay, I think the contribution more than that, but or more than okay. Let's say okay. So okay. So that's important. I mean the distribution simulation, the distribution. We also allow the distribution of return to be considered obey to the measure of risk of loss at the the left tail. Okay, so all these are things. Right. So these are contribution. Actually, I think we have more contribution than that. We should write more. I mean, this is our paper have more contribution than what we say. So okay. So now we see the data and these are the we set data and what data. So this data is good set data. I think if you want to extend it, you can use the same set of data but update it. Okay, so okay. So this we have that's what I say our limitation. We only have 3 types of portfolio. One is stock and bond. Okay. The second one is spot and bond and Bitcoin. The third one is spot and bond and gold. We should have the fourth one, the spot and bond and Bitcoin and gold, because when you include, because our paper talk about Bitcoin and gold, so we should have the one including both Bitcoin and gold. That could outperform the all others. Bitcoin maybe not doing well. It's not important because in the portfolio, Bitcoin can be short selling. We can include. I mean, wherever the assets don't do well, it's not the problem because we can short sell. So when you do comparison with the Bitcoin to the peak and Bitcoin crashing, it's okay because Bitcoin crashing is a good asset to be included because we can short them. So that's important point. I mean, you can of course the component are different because when Bitcoin are rising, we long the Bitcoin, but when Bitcoin is dropping, we short the Bitcoin. Okay. So that's our methodology. I think this is our selling point. So we should, in our contribution, we should talk about all this more. So I mean, we didn't. I mean, this is the weakness of our paper, but the editor published our paper. That's okay. So that's our contribution. We use the condition VAR. We use the simulation. We use this multivariate, the corpora. So corpora is, there are many corpora. So you can, one extension is you use other corpora, not only the student T. Right? So we use the distortion risk of this a good one. We use stochastic dominant. So this is also very important part. I think stochastic dominant is important. So we should mention more about it. All right. Okay. So now we talk about the mean this condition okay. Okay. So we have, when you use this means CVAR, so we got this one. We found that stock is important. We have about 50% of the stock in the component. So I don't know how. I mean, we didn't mention how to get the portfolio. I think it should be the efficient one. The efficient one. I mean the frontier one. Okay. So this is the spot and with oh yeah, we have the now with Bitcoin stock bond and T bond and this the Bitcoin. So the Bitcoin is less than 1%. So I don't know how we get the less than 1%. I think this is our limitation about our we should, because when we talk about the portfolio, we don't care about how many percentage of the people are investing on it. That's not the issue. We should study we should care about the portfolio that the best portfolio that help us making money. I don't know why Bitcoin is so small, because when we study this paper, the Bitcoin is on the rise. When Bitcoin on the rise, the Bitcoin should be heavy, but this one is Bitcoin is only less than 10%. So less than 1% is less than 1%. I don't know why less than 1%. Should be less than 10%. That's an 8% anyway. I don't know why less than 1%. Anyway, it's okay. It's more anyway. It's more. So then the gold is important. I mean, we found that gold is 40%. So it's good. It's good component. Okay. I think I skip this one. You can with my PowerPoint, and I'll upload it in the paper. My student can upload for me. I mean, so corporate is good. So we just I'm not so sure you know corporate well. if you do, it's good. I mean, good for you. If you don't, you may want to learn about. I mean, because you are so young, you should learn about all this the tool. The corporate school. I recommend you to really do it. Okay. So okay. This is also good. Distortion risk. Okay. So you should also learn about it, how to do it. Okay. So okay. Then we have the all this same thing. Stochastic dominant is good. Differential is good. You may want to. I think is you want to do stochastic dominant. What I recommend you is you just consider including me in the paper because I'm one of the top expert in stochastic dominant. So I think I'm doing better than many people other people is doing. And also we have the program for our team. The team is we create the program so we don't share it. So it's good to use our program that people don't have. Then we produce some result is people cannot produce. Then that's our advantage. Okay, so you may consider. Robust test, I think we have the 2 pivot to robust test. I mean, it's okay. It's just standard. This also robust test. I mean, we do some. Okay. So let's talk about. Yeah.
Betul. Nak tanya sekarang kita memang kena tampering ke? Kena tampering tu boleh pakai.
Time's up. Is it time's up? Maybe I'll let you ask some question because I think your time is about time up. Sorry, you can ask any question.
Boleh. Kak saya boleh guna lagi.
Oh.
Ini pun tapi saya.
Yeah, any question? I mean, you say in English because I don't know Indonesian language. So yeah, I mean, you can ask me in this the English.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Alan Wong, for delivering
thank you.
Interesting presentation. So we have Dr. Asmita Samsi as the discussion for our first plenary session. So Dr. Asmita, do you have any question regarding Prof. Alan Wong's presentation?
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Prof. Alan Wong.
Yeah.
Prof,
okay. Welcome.
Let's say if I have 1 million. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. What's the question?
How many percent could I invest in this Bitcoin or invest in other investment portfolio?
Yeah, you repeat again. Sorry, I didn't catch it.
If I have 1 million.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many percent should I allocate to invest in the Bitcoin, and how many percent should I allocate to invest in other investment portfolio?
I myself tell people don't invest in Bitcoin. So you ask the wrong person. I always tell people don't invest in Bitcoin. Or you can short the Bitcoin, but also shorting is not a good advice because can rebound anytime. So I myself don't like to invest in Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is a good. I do investment. My investment is very funny because I don't use money to invest. I use bank's money to invest.
All right.
Recently, I invest and I just invest 20 million Taiwan dollar last month, all by bank. And now I also approached to the bank to lend me another 20 million Taiwan dollar. So when you have 1 million, I don't know whether yours is US dollar or whatever money.
US dollar.
Then you are much better than me because I invest with zero. I don't have money all the time, so I only use bank's money to invest. So that's my strategy. Okay. So when you have money to invest, I admire you. I mean, I wish one day I could I have money to invest, but so far in the past 30 years, I never use my money to invest. I only use the bank's money. I still own the bank $1 billion. So all our bank's money. So so I like crisis because crisis whenever crisis come, my holding is expand. So like recently, I mean, I expand. I also buy the Taiwan the 2330. So I bought at 400 something. Now it's 600 something.
All right.
I buy around 100 bit. So, but recently more than 100. I sell some because I scared. Because I borrow 100% from bank. I mean, I scared, so I sell 20%. So actually 20%, I sell 20%. So I have 90 something now. So I think I make 10 million Taiwan dollar from this 2330. So all banks money. So I use bank money to make some money from to my pocket. I think this good idea. You may consider. Sorry, I say about something. I mean, you may consider using my approach, using bank's money, and then to become your money. So is it a good idea?
Okay.
So,
okay. Thanks, Prof.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, that's all, Dr. Romi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Is there any question from audiences? Because this is,
Good morning, Prof. I would like to ask about the performance of Bitcoin during this pandemic COVID-19.
Yeah. I told you I don't like to invest in Bitcoin. I always advise people not invest in Bitcoin. But Bitcoin is good to study. Good when it's go up, it's good to study. I got some good paper published because it's going up. Now it's going down. Even better case study to study. We see this is not a asset that make people lose money. You can sell your paper. I can't hear you. Yeah.
Yes, please, Prof. Sorry for the crowded.
So you're welcome.
Yes, please. You can continue.
I can't get your question. Any question you want to ask me?
I would like to ask you about the potentials or the progress of Bitcoin during the pandemic COVID-19.
Oh, I think in my view, Bitcoin is just like the speculating the asset, just like the tulip. You remember tulip in this Europe, not 17th century, it becomes zero. So I myself is don't like Bitcoin. So you will ask the wrong person, because I think Bitcoin will be zero in the future. So that's why I don't buy. Any of my friends tell them I don't buy Bitcoin. Some of my friends, they buy a lot of Bitcoin away from them. You mean be careful. You may lose all your money. So I don't think Bitcoin have a good future, especially now the many countries, for example, China, they have currency. They have they want something like Bitcoin, but not Bitcoin. It's backed up by government. You know what I'm talking about? The China now have this digital currency, right? So Bitcoin is a digital currency. China also want a digital currency, but the China digital currency is supported by China. I'm sure that other countries will want their digital currency soon. So if you have a currency supported by the government, that you will not lose all your money. But Bitcoin is by individual, by some person we don't know. I don't know. So he may run away. So why should we invest in Bitcoin? Put money to guy we don't know, and he may run away. It's better we put money to the government supported digital currency that the country will not run away, right? The government will not run away. So in my view, this is only my view, I may be wrong, because Bitcoin now is still, the price is very high. So high that I can't believe. It's 30,000 US dollar. This is unbelievable. It should be below $1 or should be just 1 cent or below 1 cent. So now it's still 30,000. I think many people don't like my view. Because people buy in 30,000, they want the Bitcoin go to 60,000, right? But my view is Bitcoin should be zero. So don't listen to me. You listen to me, you're scared. I don't want to make you lose the chance because Bitcoin may go up. Because we don't know, I mean, I'm doing the behavioral finance. It's all speculating. I mean, the people, the asset could be dangerous, could be no value, but people speculate, could go to sky high. So you may miss the chance because any speculating the asset, the price could be sky high before they crash to zero. So you may lose the chance to make a lot of money. So you better don't just listen to me. But I don't buy Bitcoin. I buy stock, I buy bond, I buy the property. I buy property in Taiwan, in Hong Kong, in Singapore by using bank's money. So I buy stock also using bank's money. So something like that. I don't like buy Bitcoin. I mean, I only do research in Bitcoin because it's a good area to do research. If you want to do research, I recommend you Bitcoin. If you want to investment in Bitcoin, I better don't tell you anything because I will tell you all negative view because I myself think Bitcoin is just it just will be zero in the future. So don't buy. You want long-term hold is just not a good asset to buy. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's about what I can say. Yeah. Hope my view is useful to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
for the presentation.
Okay.
And the response, Prof. Alan Wong. Stay healthy and stay prosperous. And happy Chinese New Year.
Okay, you too. I have a meeting to go, so that's why I present
Okay.
on the leave. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Happy
So
Chinese New Year.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome. So let's move to the next presenter for our first plenary session.
Let me wait for the next presenter.
Okay, so the next presenter would be Dr. Dia Titis-Kusumawardhani from UMY. Dr. Dia Titis, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Romi, for the opportunity. The Honorable Dr. Zalina Zainal, Dr. Endah Sabtukiningsi, the Program Manager, Dr. Dimas Bagus Wiranata Kusuma, and also respected MC, Dr. Romi Hartarto, and discussion Dr. Azmi, and honorable presenter from 5 countries, for the parallel session today. Prof. Imamuddin Yuliadi, Dr. Nguyen Trainha, Mr. Jafet Iqbal, Dr. Dia Setiawati Dewanti, and Dr. Tan Dehwa. Thank you. Okay, could I share screen, Dr. Rami? Okay, thank you. Okay, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dia Titis-Kusumawardhani. Today, I would like to deliver my presentation entitled, Does Individual Characteristics Matter on Online Financial Transaction in Muslim Countries? Case Study of Financial Inclusion in DA Countries. So I have conducted my research with my colleague, Sister Navia Husniati. Sister Navia Husniati previously is my student under supervision in her bachelor degree thesis, and now she was pursuing her master degree in Universitas Gajah Mada in Master of Science. And she is also joining this session, Sister Navia Husniati. And thank you for the joining this session, Sister Navia. And afterward, maybe Sister Navia also will help me to answer the question. Yeah, maybe. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Therefore, I could deliver my presentation today. And because our research is far from perfection, so we need your inputs, to make our research become better and better. Okay, so why we choose this topic, about the individual characteristic, how it matter on financial transaction in Muslim countries. And this is related to the issues in financial inclusion. It's because the economic impact of COVID-19 has also heightened the need for a digital financial system that is accessible to everyone. And in addition, financial inclusion is increasing globally. Okay, since the 2008 crisis, the issue of financial inclusion has grown rapidly. And since 2011, 1.2 billion people have opened an account at a financial institution or through a mobile money provider. According to the World Bank Global Financial Index database, and this is also noted by Demir Gukhan et al. 2018, at the same time, 1.7 billion adults globally still go without account. Okay, why the financial inclusion is important? So financial inclusion in recent years has become a global issue. Promote social justice by reduce poverty and increase the economic growth. And this research is conducted by Demir Gukhan in 2012, Sarma 2015, and Srivastava 2015. Also, financial inclusion is very prominent because it's encouraged entrepreneurial development through credit facilities. This research is conducted by Nushir et al. 2017. And since it should be accessible to all and can lead to welfare, by Cabeza Garcia et al. 2019. And then financial inclusion. It is also note that exclusive financial system will lead to inequality and reduce investment growth, by Kim 2016. Okay, and then based on the previous studies, there are some studies related to financial inclusion. And the first is that the previous study said that generally discuss about financial inclusion from the demand side or individual side and also from supply side. And then other papers also discuss about financial inclusion in developing countries and income equality. Then we will focus on the study that have shown that the internal characteristic of individuals can determine the financial inclusion, by Fungakova et al. 2015, Susilawati and Leonard in 2019. Okay, and how can individual characteristic effect on financial inclusion? So there are some individual characteristics that we have chosen to determine financial inclusion by the online transaction through first the level of education, the level of household income, gender, and from working status. We want to know the effect of individual characteristic on the online transaction access for financial inclusion. And then note that the financial inclusion and online transaction here have a massive internet development. There is a massive internet development in the last 1 decade. And based on ITU data show among Arab countries that the largest increase in the internet use were in Iraq, 23.3%, and Egypt, 12.9%. And then internet mobile phone have been used in the distribution of social assistance, such as in Indonesia, like the cash transfer for the family help program, and etc. And also here, Kenya also use M-Pesa, the mobile phone for daily transaction. And why we focus on the Muslim countries? Yeah. It's because financial inclusion is important because of access to financial service is a driver of development, growth, and opportunity. For Muslim, conventional financial service that are not complying with Sharia or Sharia law can result in a period of self-exclusion. Okay, so we have two research objectives. So the first, this research aims to analyze the financial inclusion from the demand side by analyzing individual characteristics that can affect the probability of using online transaction from the formal financial institution. And the second, this research aims to investigate the inclusiveness of the financial inclusion among D8 member countries, which are classified in the middle income countries. Okay, based on the previous research or previous literature that by Mulan Sisimopoulos and Demiguk Khan et al., also Ajani Cahyadi, that gender privilege determine individual decision in how household men here more inclusive than women in both developing and developed countries. However, financial inclusiveness in the developing country developing country less than the higher income in however, financial inclusiveness in developing countries less than the higher income countries. Okay, and then there's also previous study show about the first characteristic about gender, that women are more exclusive in formal financial services. And then the second, gender has no significant effect on the formal account ownership in Indonesia by Perdana 2016, and men significantly understand financial literacy compared to women. Okay, this is about the income level. The previous study shows that the lowest income individual in the bottom of the pyramid suffered losses in the crisis of economy in 2008, and they generally lack of formal financial services. Then the conclusion is that the lowest income group are in larger number than above group, but control a small portion of the total global wealth. And then education and working status and financial inclusion in the developing countries. The higher education, the more probability to inclusive in the formal financial services. And the one who does not work or out of workforce are more exclusive. And then the data and methodology. Our data are obtained from the Global Financial Index or Global Findex 2017. The data random technique survey, and involve over 154,923 respondents from 144 countries, representing more than 97% of the world population. And here, our total sample population is 4,066 respondents who 15 years old or above. This study is cross-section study of 8 developing countries that are members of the Developing 8 or D8 Organization for Economic Cooperation, consists of Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Turkey. This is our dependent variable, is the use of internet or mobile phone for financial transaction. And then our independent variables is gender. For gender here we use dummy variable, 1 for female and 0 for male. Education level, we have stratified, dummy variable like 1 for educational level, 2 secondary education, and 3 for further education. Individual income, 1 for poorest, 20% poorest, and the second 20% mean that 40% poorest, and fourth 20%, and also richest 20%. And the working status also in a dummy variable, 1 for working, otherwise it's not working. We use male primary education and income poorest 20% and unemployed as the baseline or base variables to be compared with the independent variable. Okay, and then for the data analysis, we use the logistic regression, qualitative response regression model is chosen to analyze the models. And then to analyze more specific about the effect of the independent variables to dependent variables, we use odds ratio. And then here in the logistic regression of internet or mobile phone user, we choose men, primary education level, the poorest and unemployed as a comparison variable to the independent variable. And we conduct robustness check used for testing the variables. Then here for the robustness check, we also add countries variable in the 6 regression or 6 tests. The result might differ between previous regression. And here, statistically, Iran is the most inclusive country in the use of internet or mobile phone technology to access formal financial service. On the other hand, Egypt is the most exclusive country in this regard. Okay, then this table shows the effect of individual characteristic on online financial inclusion and how it's affected in the DA countries. Then to see the country's effect, we decide Bangladesh as the base of variable. Yeah, not only because of he has the smallest UN contract code, but also it's because here we have a hypothesis that Muhammad Yunus, the Bangladeshi economist, widely known as the father of microfinance. He founded the Grameen Bank, yeah, to make small loans to the poor in Bangladesh. Dr. Yunus was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for founding the Grameen Bank and pioneered the concept of microcredits and microfinance. Even though the campaign of financial inclusion in the Bangladesh is very strong, but the percentage of financial inclusion in Bangladesh is still low. That's why we use Bangladesh as our baseline for the country variable. And then in the table 3 and 4 column is the regression result of using the internet or mobile phone to transact through the formal financial sector based on the result of the odds ratio and robustness test. Here, women has almost equal opportunity in using internet or mobile phone for online transaction when compared to men. However, the percentage of the use of this technology is still dominated . Okay, sorry. The percentage of men who use in the technology is 33.6% and only 32% for women who used it. And then the person, okay, in terms of education, this can be seen that the odds ratio of respondents who completed secondary education having 0.725 to 3.339, 4 points higher chance of using the internet or mobile phones in the formal financial service compared to individual with the basic education. And here also we note that the level of education has a positive effect on the inclusion of online transaction in each D8 member countries. In general, Iran, Malaysia, and Turkey are classified as more inclusive than other member countries, while Egypt is the most exclusive country. And based on robustness check of the individual variables, the level of individual income has no significant effect on the percentage of use internet or mobile phone for online financial service transaction. However, the level of individual income has significant impact when we put the country's variable. And then here, the level of income, how it impact on probability of internet or mobile phone usage for online transaction. So there is no difference, yeah, between there's no difference between the secondary 20% and also the middle 20%. But here, the income level impact on the probability of internet or mobile phone usage for online transaction have a very significant impact on, particularly for group of 20% and richest 20% when we put the country variable. And the last, for being worker, is also gives bigger chance to do online transaction with 1.594 point than an unemployed people. Okay, and this our research is supported by Sommer et al. 2016, Dovutian and Osturkal 2016. Okay, let's jump into conclusion that so this study aims to analyze the individual characteristic that affect on the decision making to do online transaction using internet mobile phone. In addition, this study investigate the inclusiveness of the financial inclusion among the 8 Muslim countries, and the results show that there is no gender inequality in the use of internet or mobile phone to access formal finance. And then the second, respondent with the secondary education and tertiary level are more likely to have access to formal finance service, yeah, via the internet mobile phone compared to respondent with the primary education. And the third, only if being in the group of 20% and richest to 20% will give supremacy to use online transaction compared to poorest 20% only when we add countries variable. And the fourth, in the country of D8 coverage, middle income respondent have 7.8% higher chance in the high income respondent. The richest are 9.4% higher chance of accessing formal financial service via internet or mobile phone compared to low income respondent. And then being worker also has a bigger chance to access online financial inclusion. And the last, technology influence of the online transaction on different way among the 8 countries. And the way forward, for the government, we should focus on financial inclusion infrastructure development. Therefore, it can give an advantage for all levels of society, and then should make public policy to reduce the barriers of access on financial service. The second, for community, that we should increase the financial literacy to gain better knowledge about financial product and be able to use the product according to their needs. And the last, for the further research, we need more research about financial inclusion for demand side. More research might be linked to financial literacy, microfinance, or news policy in terms of online transaction. Okay, this is my references. Thank you very much. I invited you for the Q&A session, but particularly for the inputs to gain our research become better and better. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Dr. Titis for delivering the presentation. It is really interesting. So I would like to invite Dr. Asmita Samsi to raise any question or to give any input or feedback regarding Dr. Titis' presentation before we move to the audience questions. Okay, so Dr. Asmita Samsi, time is yours.
All right, thank you, Dr. Romi. Hi, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Titas.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Aznita.
One question, why you choose the individual characteristic?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Dr. Asnita Samsi. So we choose individual characteristic for our key variable of interest. It is because, like we have primary data, like survey, data survey, and individual characteristics become very interesting variables to know deeply or to analyze this deeply about how it works, how individual characteristic could affect on how people could access the financial sector or financial service through online transaction. And many research conducted in this way, like how they conducted the research in terms of individual characteristic and the research from the demand side of financial inclusion. Thank you, Dr. Aznita.
All right. Okay, Dr. Romi, that's all. Dr. Romi, you are mute.
Still mute. Okay, sorry. So we still have one question from Dr. Dimas. So is there any relationship between women financial knowledge and the use of an online internet transaction? Thank you.
Okay, is there any relationship between women financial knowledge on the use of online internet transaction? Okay, thank you, Dr. Dimas, for the question. So here we also use the education level as one of the variables of individual characteristic, and also here we use also gender as one of the key variable interests of the independent variables that show on how women and also education is matter on how they use the online internet transaction. For example, when they transact or buy something with the online service, or deal with the financial institution using the mobile phone and also using the internet or mobile phone. This is also based on some data. They have a strong relationship related to the on how they use the online internet transaction. Thank you, Dr. Dimas.
I have one clarifying questions, like what kind of data sets being used in your research? Because like you say, it's individual characteristic, but you have dummy for country.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm asking about what kind of data set being used in your research, since I found in your regression results that you have individual characteristics, but you have dummy countries.
Okay, for dummy countries, we use the dummy countries to know the rate of inclusiveness amongst D8 countries or Muslim countries. So that's why we use dummy countries here to analyze the inclusiveness among D8 countries. Thank you, Dr. Rami.
And what kind of data set that you use in your research?
Okay, let's show the regression. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Titas, you are mute.
Okay, sorry, Dr. Azmita. So here, okay, I show the data and methodology. So here we use 4,066 sample. Yeah, population is 466 respondent who 15 years old or above, and consists of 8 countries here, and we use these countries as variables. And here we want to analyze it. Which countries is more inclusive than others. And here we use UN country code also in our regression, in our data, and we regress it into the regression variables. Dr. Romi, is that the question?
I think that's all. Thank you very much, Dr. Titis. Okay, that's such an interesting presentation. Now we move to the next presenter. We have Professor Imamuddin Yuliadi from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. He will deliver a presentation titled Determinants of CO2 carbon emissions in Asian countries. So, Prof. Imam, without any further ado, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Romi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Head of Department of Economics, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Head of Department of Economics, Universitas Utara Malaysia, and all of presenters and all of participants in the International Research Dissemination Forum 2021. Okay, I will display my presentations. Okay, can you see my slide, Mr. Romi?
Yes,
that's perfect, Prof. Imam.
Okay, yeah. The title in my presentation is Determinants of CO2 emissions in ASEAN member states. Yeah.
Could you please full screen, Prof. Imam?
Oh, full screen. Okay. Yes. Okay, Mr. Romi.
Perfect.
Okay, the outline, the first is introductions, goals of this research, theoretical review, research methods, result and discussion, and the last is conclusion. Okay. The ASEAN region is a strategic area that is experiencing rapid economic growth, supported by natural wealth, work ethic, and large populations, making it the target for foreign direct investment and multinational corporations. Over the past 2 decades, the issue of carbon monoxide emissions, CO2 emissions from energy use in ASEAN have seen a linear increase, led by sectors such as electricity and heat productions, manufacturing industries, and transport. And in particular, the power sector is the largest source of direct CO2 emissions in all ASEAN member states, except for Cambodia, in which the transport sector has larger emissions. Sectoral CO2 emissions in the ASEAN regions are similar to world average, which means that the carbonizations in the sectors of power, industry, and transport is a shared goal for climate change mitigation. Okay. Increasing of CO2 carbon emission is caused by increasing the consumption of fossil fuels to support activities in the industrial, transportation, household, and trade sector. The impact of increasing CO2 carbon emissions is climate change and increasing the Earth's temperature, which has the potential to cause environmental change and damage to natural ecosystem. The phenomenon is increasing CO2 carbon emission is also triggered by increased deforestation and conversion of agricultural land for non-agricultural activities, so that the plant population is the CO2 absorb is decreasing. I quote from the data ASEAN State of Climate Change Report, 2021. There are this relationship between CO2 emission from fuel combustions and greenhouse emissions from land use. And because Indonesia is the largest country in ASEAN, so Indonesia have the highest contributions, the CO2 emissions in ASEAN. And it is the CO2 emissions, fuels combustions, from 2000 until 2006, and steadily, increasing, because there are increasing the activity of economics, especially in the transportations, industrials, and so on. And also, I quote from ASEAN State of Climate Change Report, 2022. You can see, there are different positions, about the CO emissions, among countries in the ASEAN's member states. Malaysia and Indonesia, I think it's similar conditions. The electricity and heat productions, it is the highest sector contribution to the CO emissions. Beside the final consumptions, not elsewhere specified, and also the transport sector. Okay, it is the data from ASEAN States of Climate Change Report 2021. And this slide, we can understand, there are the relationship between GDP per capita, to the CO2 emissions, it is, the red color, it is Indonesia, and Malaysia, I'm sorry, red color is Malaysia, Indonesia is green color. At the 2018, I think that more increase the GDP per capita have influence to increasing the CO2 emissions, combustion. Okay, the theoretical reviews, Yolanda and Rodriguez 2012, which examines 15 OECD countries for the period 1980 until 2002, rejecting the EG hypothesis, while prices were significant in all model specifications, with a negative sign, gas and coal prices, but not significant. Okay. And the research by Bento and Moutinho 2016, and others, the control variable of the Kuznets curve with hypothesis regarding the environment have identical features. For example, studies using export, import, and trade openness as a proxy for international trade into developed and developing countries. And the last stance, 2006, 2003, reveals that the use of consumption of energy is a means to drive the industrializations of the economy, as well as means of accumulation of development capital, either complementary or substitute in producing outputs in the economy. You can see from I quote from Todaro, Development Economics, 2006, how the relationship between increasing the income per capita and the environmental degradations. More increase, the income per capita, the environmental degradation is increased until one point, turning points and decline. I saw this curve to explain how the importance about the issue of emissions, CO2, in the study of development economics. What is the study objective? In this research, I would like to analyze the effects of economic growth on CO2 emissions in ASEAN member states, the effect of populations, the effect of foreign direct investment (FDI), and the impact of export, the impact of foreign debt, and the impact of inflation. And the last is how the impact of energy consumptions on CO2 emissions in ASEAN member states. The research methodology, in this research, I use the panel data analysis, with eight variables, as dependent variable is CO2 emissions, and independent variable is gross domestic product, total populations, foreign debts, export country, foreign direct investment, inflation, and the last is energy consumption. Okay. With pooling data analysis, source of data is bank from 2010 until 2019. And this ASEAN member state is Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Philippines, Brunei Darussalam, and Philippines. I exclude the Timor-Leste, and the others. Okay. How about the result and discussions? The process of testing in the panel data analysis. The first panel data analysis begin with the show test to determine the whether we will use the random effect model on the fixed effect model. The following result show that the probability value is 0.0079, less than 0.05, meaning that the correct analysis model is the fixed effect model. And the next step is to perform Hausman tests to determine whether the analysis model is fixed effect model or the common effect model. And the results show that the probability value is 0.00, less than 0.05, meaning that the correct model is the fixed effect model. But the problems here, in spite the result by the Chow test and Hausman test, we have to use the fixed effect model. You can see here, in the fixed effect model, there are no variable is significant, population, GDP, FDI, export, energy consumption, inflation, and foreign debt is not significant. It is the result from the show test and Hausman test. And so, what is the solution? Yeah. What is the solution? However, from the estimation result with fixed FM model, there are no independent variables that have a significant effect on the dependent variable. Based on the result of three static panel tests, yeah, the standard error values are quite high. A high standard error value causes a bias in the model. So to minimize bias in the model, I apply the wide standard error panel method. Yeah. I apply the wide standard error method, the feasible generalized least square, and the panel corrected standard error panel. It is the solutions, yeah, to solve the problem. There are no independent variable is significant because we face the problem. Standard error is and the value is high. Okay. Okay, it is the model, and we do estimations. Yeah. So the cross-sectional, yeah, the estimation result by testing the cross-sectional country aspect. So the probability value, yeah, is 0.0079, yeah, less than 0.05, meaning that the present country fixed effect test is valid with all countries having different intercept values. And while the estimation result by testing the time series aspect, so a probability value is 0.2583, yeah, more than 0.05, meaning that the present time fixed effect test is invalid, meaning that there is no time effect in the regressions. It is the result from the aspects of cross sections and time series. Yeah. So based on this result, we can explain the aspects by the cross sectional. Yeah. Because the probability value, yeah, less than, yeah, the alpha 0.05. Okay. Okay. Okay. The three model developed data panel with standard error panel model, yeah, and visible generalized least square and panel correction standard error to overcome bias, so consistent result. Yeah. You can see, yeah, in the population, yeah, FDI, yeah, it is significant, yeah. FDI, export, yeah, energy consumptions is significant, yeah. It is more good, yeah, result than with the fixed effect model. And also with the panel visible generalized least square, yeah, the independent variable FDI, yeah, FDI, export, energy consumptions, and inflation is also significant, yeah, because the probability value less than 0.05. And also with the panel corrected standard error, yeah, yeah, FDI, export, energy consumptions, yeah, inflations, and also foreign debt. I'm sorry, inflation, yeah, inflation is significant. So it means that with the panel corrected standard error, yeah, visible generalized least square and wide standard error, yeah, it is consistent. Yeah, there are the independent variable, yeah, FDI, export, and the consumption and inflation have significance goes to the CO2 emissions, yeah, in the ASEAN member state. The estimations results show that the variable FDI, export, energy consumption, and inflations have an effect on CO2 emissions in ASEAN countries. This empirical finding shows a significant correlations between industrialization strategies driven by ASEAN countries and CO2 emissions. Okay. The conclusions here, this empirical finding shows a significant correlation between industrialization strategies driven by ASEAN countries and CO2 emissions. Yeah. The increasing consumption for transportations, yeah, household, yeah, education, health, yeah, hotel and restaurant also triggers an increase in CO2 emission. The recommendation from this result of this research is that it is necessary to develop an integrated policy from upstream to downstream in the industrialization strategy by utilizing new and renewable energy sources. There needs to be a fair and rational policy at the global level to reduce CO2 emissions, which are mostly carried out by developed industrial countries. Collective awareness and integrated policies from all components of society are needed to preserve forests as the lungs of the world, to reduce environmental degradations and negative impact of CO2 emission. Okay, I think it's enough my presentations. Thanks to Mr. Rob. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Prof. Imam, for delivering such a timely presentation. So I would like to invite Dr. Asmita Samsi to raise question or provide input for Prof. Imam presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Romi. Assalamualaikum, Prof. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Prof, I have two questions. One, can you explain more how FDI and export contribute to the CO2 emission? And another one is, it is possible to we increase our economic growth in the same time we reduce our emission?
Okay.
Prof.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Azmita Samsi. There are a relationship between FDI, yeah, and export, yeah, because this activity related about the industrializations, yeah, industrializations. As far as I know that developing countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and some of country, yeah, ASEAN member states, exclude maybe Singapore, yeah, active to promote the industrializations, and the consequence about this phenomena, the needs of the energy, yeah, especially fuels, energy, yeah, oil and fuel, yeah, is also increased. So increasing the FDI automatically, yeah, automatically it's also increase the consumptions of the energy, the energy, yeah, and the impact is increasing the CO2 emissions. It is in my opinions, yeah. So the aiming at the transforming the energy and system toward net zero emissions is vital to understand the development states of ASEAN member states, yeah, together.
Nein,
With their emission, yeah. The reflect of the fact, the economics, as the states of initial industrialization involve more CO2 emissions from fossil fuel used than those with the more dependence in the service industry. I think my answers. This is Azimita.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay.
About another question. How about if it is possible to us to reduce our CO2 emission to increase our in the same time we can increase our economy?
In my opinions, yeah, there are the complicated implications. If we want to reduce the CO2 emissions directly, maybe can reduce the increasing economic growth, especially in developing countries like in Malaysia, in Indonesia, and others. So the policy is how to develop the integrated policy from upstream to downstream in the industrialization strategy by utilizing new and renewable energy sources, to endorse the industrializations. Industrializations maintain to increase, but in the other side, how we replace step by step from fuel energy to new and renewable energy. For example, in Indonesia by the solar foil, or water energy, or what is it? What else? Water, air, and others. It is new and renewable energy. And the problems to build the infrastructure of new and renewable energy is need much budget. Okay, it is the other problem to replace the alternative energy to reduce the CO2 emissions. Indonesia especially. Okay, it is my answer.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Okay, is there any question from the audience regarding Prof. Imam presentation? Okay, just a clarifying question from for Professor Imam. I mean, like, which period the data being used in your research?
What, Mr. Romi?
So which period?
Oh, period that from 2010 until 2019.
Oh, 19. So it's before the pandemic. So I think that would be better if the data has been updated after the pandemic, so that you can add the dummy variable of the pandemic to find out whether the pandemic has any association with the CO2 emission.
Okay, yes, thank you. Good idea, Mr. Romi. In the next research, maybe we insert we add the data under pandemic COVID-19, and we can see from the newsletter, newspaper, other information that under pandemic COVID-19, almost the economic activity in the world is reduced. So the CO2 emission is also reduced. So it is good idea to add the data in the next session. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Romi.
Okay, so thank you very much, Prof. Imam, for delivering the presentation. Next, we'll move to presenter from Pakistan. So it's Sofar from our country. So we have Mr. Javid Iqbal from BZO Malta. He will present about the impact of official development assistance on agricultural growth in the presence of governance, a non-linear IRDR approach for Pakistan perspective. So, Mr. Javid, are you there? Mr. Javid? I guess you are there,
Yes,
but you are still...
yes, I am here. You can listen me.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Mr. Javid Iqbal, without any further ado, the time is yours to present your research.
Yes, thank you. I think there is an issue with slides ups and down. Please wait. Yes. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and hello to everyone. I am Javed Iqbal from Pakistan. Today my topic of presentation is the impact of official development assistance on agriculture growth in the presence of governance or non-linear ARDL approach for Pakistani perspective. Here I mention that I am also doing PhD from University of Utara, Malaysia.
Sorry, Mr. Javid, would you mind to switch on your camera?
Oh, yes. You didn't see?
Not at all, it's there.
Okay. Okay. Now it's okay?
I think that's perfect.
Okay, thank you. Regarding my topic, basically agriculture growth is still matter in developing countries. Still, it is a hot issue in developing countries like Pakistan. So the agriculture sector is considered in an economy the engine of the economic growth in initial developmental phase. If we see the significance of agriculture sector, it can be seen in three ways. First, it provides the food to the inhabitants of the countries. Secondly, it is a route for foreign earnings to export agriculture commodities to other countries. And third, it provides the raw materials to the industrial goods. So according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, it is observed that if we meet the sustainable development goals of zero hunger and no poverty are at stake. So the food deprived people increased from 804 million to 821 million. So if the developing countries need 83 billion annually for agriculture sector to meet the food needs of 9.1 billion growing population globally in 2050. So the lack of capital leads to the low production and stagnant growth in developing countries. A higher volume of foreign aids and grants have a significant impact on agriculture output. What is the issue? Okay. So if we see the Pakistani perspective of agriculture sector, it's has significant share in an economy, 8.5% to GDP, and it provides 38.5% employment level to the country population. Over the last decade, the performance of agriculture sector has fallen, and this situation is not satisfactory. From the fiscal year 2012 to fiscal year 2016, the agriculture sector growth decreasing from 2.68% to 0.15% respectively, and this increase in fiscal year 2017 as 2.18% to 3.94%. The performance of agriculture sector during the fiscal year 2018 to 19 remained dim. It grew by only 0.85% against the targeted of 3.8% during the fiscal year 2019. It means the Pakistani agriculture sector did not meet the targeted percentage. So the agriculture play a role in food security and poverty alleviation. A higher volume of foreign aids and grants have a significant impact on agriculture output. The trend of official development assistance to Pakistan from 2012 to 2015 is a massively increase from $1.87 billion to $3.7 billion respectively. An increase trend in official development assistance, ODA, and lower agriculture growth of Pakistan make it interesting to search out the factor influencing this scenario. So the possible reason of this issue may be low productivity or bad governance. Therefore, there is a need to research to dig out a factor which are involved in this phenomena. This paper will contribute in this world academic literature in several ways that it produces novelty of results by examining the asymmetric impact of official development assistance on agriculture growth with governance indicator in Pakistan. Moreover, we use a methodology that, to the best of our knowledge, has not yet been used before, the interactive effect of ODA with governance on agriculture growth in Pakistan. Its findings will prove helpful for the researchers, policymakers, and government officials of the country. Furthermore, it also will open the door for further research based on the findings with interactive effect of governance related to the agriculture sector for developing economies. So this is the literature review. Here can be seen that there is a very few research on agriculture growth or the sectoral growth with relevance with the relationship of aid. So and the findings are also mixed. Some findings are positive, some are negative, or others are no relationship. So there is a framework of our paper, the official development assistance, and we include for the smoothness of our research included control variables, which are inflation and population growth, and the interactive effect or the moderator, we use the governance factor of control of corruption and political stability. Sorry for inconvenience. So findings, the findings of this paper is non-linear ARDR results indicate the official development assistance affect agriculture growth asymmetrically. We'll also analyze the moderating effect of control of corruption and political stability on agriculture growth relationship. Found that interactive effect of control of corruption, significant positive effect on agriculture growth, both in short run and the long run, while the individual effect of corruption is significant negative effect on growth, meaning that 1% increase in corruption will lead to decrease the agriculture growth in Pakistan. So another interactive variable is political stability, and the political stability has jointly or individually not statistically significant. It means that the political system or the stability doesn't matter in Pakistan. Either the government way of democratic or dictatorship, there is no matter in for the agriculture sector growth. So the results of the control variable inflation and population growth have statistically insignificant in the long run, while the short run population growth has significantly positive effect on the agriculture sector growth. So the present work is a significant attempt to fill the literature gap in existing body of knowledge. The current study is different from the previous researchers because none of them have considered the order and agriculture growth simultaneously with the interactive effect of governance by using nonlinear ARDL methodology. So the policy implication being journal and the specifically it is specific for the Pakistan researchers and policy implication, and generally it can be used for the also developing countries and see the level of governance condition in each countries. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Javid Iqbal, for your relatively short but deep presentation. Okay, so I'll invite first the discussion of the session. Okay, Dr. Asmita Ahmad, do you have any question or any feedback?
Assalamualaikum, Mr. Javid.
Waalaikumsalam.
I want to ask you why you choose the agricultural sector.
Agriculture sector because Pakistan is an agrarian country, and still we are importing wheat and sugars, even though we have a lot of land for agriculture. So here Pakistan is facing a shortage of food security, shortage of food security, and even we didn't have meet the population food requirement. So we import wheat from the other countries and sugars and other items of food. So this is a very because in Pakistan researcher didn't focus on sectoral growth. They consider overall economic growth, but overall economic growth is depends on the contribution of the sectoral growth, the agriculture, industrial, and the services. So that's why I choose this topic, this agriculture sector.
All right. What is the main product, agricultural product in the Bangladesh or Pakistan?
Yes, yes, wheat, sugarcane, sunflower, cotton, all others. These are the main products.
Is it that product for domestic or some of the product is export?
Yes, with these products we produce domestically, but these products are insufficient for the growing population in Pakistan. So that's why these all major crops we import from the other countries, and big of our current deficit is increasing for this import.
Okay. Okay, that's all. Thank you, Dr. Romi. Thank you, Mr. Javid.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so any questions from audiences?
Hi, Assalamualaikum. I'm Marina from UUM. Okay, Mr. Javid, I want to ask you actually what is the differences between food aid and also official development assistance? Is it any differences?
Sorry, official development assistance and other words?
Food aid. Food aid.
Food
aid. Is there any differences between food aid and also ODA?
Sorry, I can't understand the. I think.
Okay, actually, she's asking about the difference between food aid and official development assistance.
Yes, official development assistant basically grants, grants and other types of donation to the countries. And here my assumption is that if the official developments or grants are invested in any country or in Pakistan, so in a productive manner, so this will contribute in overall economy.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so I think I have one question for you, Mr. Javid. This is interesting question. Sorry, this is interesting presentation from you, and I would like to ask query whether you have control for seasonality in your research, because when we talk about agriculture sector, then it must be sensitive toward any season. Like, for example, have you account for, I'm not sure whether this phenomenon exists in Pakistan, but this exists in Indonesia context. Like, have you account for El Nino or seasonality in your research? Thank you.
Why would you not include the seasonal effect on our research?
Yeah, seasonality.
Seasonality. Okay, in Pakistan, there is a favorable season for agriculture sector, not much harmful for the agriculture products in winter, and we have overall 4 seasons in our country, and these all season are merely effect or even their effect, season effect is very low. So that's why it is a very good suggestion for this paper. We can add seasonal effect in other papers, inshallah.
Yes, because for me, when we talk about agriculture,
I think there is a very large of difference the season in Indonesia and Pakistan. Because very heavy rains are in Indonesia, and earthquakes. Here is not this matter. Didn't have any heavy rains. Occasionally, maybe after decades and 2 decades, there are a lot of heavy rains in Pakistan.
What about winter in Pakistan? Like, is it mild winter or kind of extreme?
Yes, no winter.
Oh, okay, no winter at all?
Sorry?
No winter at all?
2 to 3 months for winter.
Okay,
yes,
but
hot, very cold winter.
Oh, okay, but not snowy.
Yes.
Okay, because if it is a snowy winter, then it might affect the agricultural sector.
So there is a time to crop of wheat crop in winter.
Okay, I see. Okay, so I think that's all for me. Is there any question from other audiences? Yes, please, Mr. Abdirrahman.
What is the advantage of agriculture studying this? Advantage of agriculture studying?
Yes, agriculture.
Agriculture studying.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Abdirrahman. Could you repeat your question, or do you mind to type your question, since I think your connection is unstable since it's like. Okay, so we are trying to wait for
advantage
of.
What is the advantage of agriculture studying?
I think connection interruption.
Yes.
I cannot.
Yes, I cannot
Share.
hear properly. He said something about advantage of agricultural.
What's the agriculture? What's the advantage of agriculture study? What is the agriculture studying? Advantage of agriculture studying?
Mr. Rumi, can you explain?
I'm not really sure with his question. Do you mind to type out your question in the chat column, Mr. Abdurrahman?
I want to ask you, what is the advantage of agriculture study?
Percentage share? Percentage share?
Percentage share, I guess.
Yes,
Of
yes.
agricultural in Pakistan.
Yes, 18.5% in agriculture sector in the GDP.
So not so much.
Yes, sir. That's why we import the agriculture products from the other countries. So we need to boost or increase the agriculture productivity for the inhabitant of the country. So this year decreasing by annually. So this is a very alarming situation for Pakistani peoples. So that's why there is a need to research on this topic.
Does it answer your question, Mr. Abdurrahman? Just to make sure.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Like we still have like around 7 minutes for this session before we move to the next presenter.
Okay, Dr. Rumi, let me ask another question. Actually,
Okay.
not from me, from my colleague. It's question in the chat. What is the rate of self-sufficiency for agricultural sector in the Pakistan, especially in foods? What is the self-sufficient of agricultural sector in Pakistan? What is the rate?
I think if we meet the targeted percentage, I think if we increase by annually 4 to 5% of agriculture goods, if we able to produce, then we may able to self-sufficient in the agriculture sector. But we are producing the agriculture growth 0.85% or 1 or 2%. So this is the insufficient, less sufficient for the for agriculture growth or the people of Pakistan. So if we annually 4 to 5% increase of our agriculture goods or products, then it may be sufficient.
So does it answer your question, Dr. Azrina?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so any other questions from audiences? Still have more time. Mr. Abdurrahman, would you like to pose another question? Because your hand is raising.
No problem. I want to ask you.
Want to what? Sorry?
I want to ask you the advantage of studying agriculture. Please ask.
The advantage of studying agriculture?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Sorry, percentage? I don't.
Yes. So I think he asked you about the advantage of studying agriculture in Pakistan. So what makes this study important, I guess?
Sorry, Mr. Me.
I think he's asking about the advantage of studying agriculture in Pakistan. I guess like what makes your study important?
Important.
Yes.
I agree. Basically, Pakistan is an agriculture country, and there is a lot of importance of agriculture sector. It provides the employment opportunities for the people of the country, and provide the food to the agriculture people of Pakistan. So no can be avoid, or no can be avoid to the importance of the agriculture sector, because the sustainable development goals of zero hunger and no poverty is very important, are direct linkages with the agriculture sector. If we deprive or fail to produce agriculture productivity, so the sustainable development goals are at stake. Zero poverty and no hunger.
Okay, so I hope I hope it answers your question. So thank you very much, Mr. Jafrid Iqbal, for your time and for your presentation about agricultural sector in Pakistan. So it
Okay.
gives us more knowledge and description about agricultural sector that is different from Indonesia. Okay, so we'll move to the next presenter for our session. We still have two. So the
Yes,
next presenter is.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am very thankful our forum, and especially Dr. Zalina Zainal from the University of Tara, Malaysia. I'm very thankful. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Jafid. So we move to the next presenter, Dr. Dia Setiawati Dewanti from UMY. Dr. Dia, are you there?
Yes, can you hear my voice now?
Yes, it's really perfect. Okay, so I hope you are healthy right now. So, okay.
Inshallah, healthy. Waiting for the result.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dia. So now the time is yours.
Okay, wait. I have a difficulties on the my laptop. Okay. Can I share the screen? I think I cannot share the screen after Mr. Jafet.
Okay.
Can you
be
close
possible to share the screen now?
Sorry, I cannot share the screen before Dr. Jafet close the share screen.
Okay, Mr. Jafid, would you please to close your PPT?
Okay. All right. I hope I've already, can you see my presentations here?
That's perfect.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So, okay. I don't know, I cannot do the share screen or other moving the PowerPoint. Wait, this I think the troubles came from my laptop. Wait for a minute. Okay, I think I can do the share screen now. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Romi. Thank you for Faculty of Economics and Business, Department of Economics. Today, actually, this is a quite long-term research, and I would like to disseminate several. Last year, I've already disseminated this, but I would like to share it again with some additional data that I've already received in certain regencies. So my research entitled Community-Based Healthy Ecotourism Destination with Leisure Participation Towards Well-Being. My colleague from Konkan University, Dr. Chuan Chen B, is helping me to analyze, and also we are doing this as the collaboration with the Department of Tourism in province of Yogyakarta, Yogyakarta province. Okay, this is the scope of my presentation today. So the background, because we are knowing that in the community-based ecotourisms is mostly implemented in Indonesia. Why we have this community-based ecotourism? Because it's more sustainable on the developing of the ecotourism, including receiving the government revenue. And CBE is really mostly implemented in all of the provinces in Indonesia, since it's also environmental and conservative friendly, and also ensure all the natural resources. But however, that we face right now, as also faces all of the countries, the COVID-19 mostly destruct the tourism components and whole of the sector surrounding it. Therefore, we have some of the indicators on the CBE community-based ecotourism, which is sanitation protocols. So we add that now our indicator, not only CBE, community-based ecotourisms, but also community-based healthy ecotourism. And it has to be, consist of the community involvement, the natural-based ecotourism, community participations, and also healthy sanitation protocols. And one more important thing is smoke-free enforcement. As you know, Indonesia has a very struggling with this smoke-free enforcement. So we are having these 4 indicators to support the community-based healthy tourism. But as we see that tourism is also consists of the leisures. So we are trying to find the components of subjective well-being to support the CBHE, yes, community-based healthy ecotourism. So we also need to know what is the leisure participations. The leisure participation consists of 1, sustainable, the second one is nature, and the third is accessibility. Since Indonesia have a huge and a lot of potential ecotourism, which has a lot of which is spread in very local and less accessibility. So accessibility is becoming important in what is that, including into the subjective well-being indicators. Leisure participations is, we define this as the frequency to participate in certain activity or individual participating in general leisure activity. So we are trying to find the leisure participants and also well-being, which is well-being. We are focusing on the subjective well-being, which is overall as the life satisfaction and living with the environmental. So, big questions why I choose in Yogyakarta. Why is not in Bali? I know some of you are known as Bali, but Yogyakarta has many tourism destinations in only one province. So that is why we choose in Yogyakarta. And mostly people afford to be paid, yeah, compare with the Bali, compare with the other provinces because of the price inflations. As you know, Bali mostly from foreigners coming in there, foreign tourists coming in there, and the prices is totally higher compared with Yogyakarta. And also the third is the history of Yogyakarta in Indonesia is quite special. That is why we are identified as speciality of province compared with other 32 province in Indonesia. We have Yogyakarta and we also Jakarta as special provincials in Indonesia, and also the culinary. So culinary is quite important because the life satisfaction not only based on the nature but also from the culinary. That's why we choose Yogyakarta. Our aim is to identify the factors influence the subjective well-being from tourist attractions, sanitation protocols from the health indicators, social interactions, environment participation, and also leisure participations. Nowadays, the Department of Tourism in Yogyakarta province already have this website, the Visiting Yogyakarta. Yeah, visitingjogja.com. You can see in there, but we would like to develop and improve more based on our indicator that we have. The final of this research is to develop the digital marketing based on our research. What is the main purposes on the tourism tourist in Yogyakarta, and to complete the recent marketing. So this one is the Visiting Yogyakarta. Now we already have this, but again, we will explore more and we will develop more. So when you are trying to go to Yogyakarta, you will know mostly about where, how, and also how is the sanitation protocols, and is it already the indicators of community health sanitation equipment is already there or not. So we will update this and develop more on it. Yeah. So our research methodologies, in a whole research, we will use the explanatory sequential mix method. We'll start with quantitative. We will know the indicator first, and then qualitative to support it, and qualitative after the digital marketing or the website already there. So we will ask all of the tourists whether is it useful or not. Starting from quantitative to identify the meaning of the CBHE and also the leisure participation and well-being. Now we are in the stage on quantitative data and result, but we will put also some of the qualitative that we already had some interview from the stakeholders and also tourists, mostly the local and also foreign tourists. So this is the framework research plan. So we will have the quantity or qualitative for the four A's, yeah, the leisure participations, sanitation protocols, CHSE, yeah, clean environment as health indicator, sustainability, leisure participation, environment participation, and also the subjective well-being as the dependent variables. And after that, when we already have this complete and then we will prepare for next developing the applications and also whether it is useful for the tourists or not. So this is the research plan. But again, we already finished the quantitative research methodology. Since we have the sample size on 4 districts in Yogyakarta, among 5, actually 5 province in Yogyakarta province have 5 districts. We only choose 4 because we try to find the, in 2020, we are trying to find the two types of tourists, the local and also foreign tourists. The total number sample is 1,096, but we already have half of it, as the population number is 9 million. So we're using the non-probability random sampling, accidental random sampling. We're trying to get the samples, the questionnaires and the samples, respondents from the tourists who came to the some of the spot. We're trying to make it equally. For example, in Yogyakarta, in the Gunung Kidul Regency and etc., we're trying to find it to make it as equally based, proportional based on the populations. Our analysis using descriptive, cross-tabulation, and path analysis. The variables, we have subjective well-being. I'm using the 6 scales from happiest to worst, and I'm using the subjective well-being from Oxford questionnaires indicators. And the independent variables, we have tourist attractions for assessment, attractions, amenity, accessibility, ancillary. And then the second one, sanitation protocols, and actually also the smoke-free enforcement. The third one is cleanliness as healthy standard in tourist destinations. The fourth one is sustainable, whether it's the tourist attraction is sustained or not, whether it's only 1 year and then left. So we will not having this as a sustainable. The fifth is the social interactions, and then environment participation, and also the leisure participations. Research on stage, we already collected 294 tourists from Gunung Kidul and 171 tourists in Yogyakarta with this accidental random sampling. And again, we have to postpone again due to the outbreak cases of COVID-19. We already tried to continue it on November and December, but however, on January, last January, end of the January, our COVID-19 outbreak is getting higher again. So we postpone again and delay it again. Previously, last year, we only have the 294 tourists, but now we already added 171 from Yogyakarta city. The reliability is quite high, 0.81, and there is no multicollinearity, so we are continuing for doing that. Our sample size, in Yogyakarta, we already have 294 based on this data, the tourist data from BPS, and Gunung Kidul also have 179. We haven't finished for Bantul and also Sleman. Sleman, we have already collect 30% on it, but however, we need more. I'm not including this from Sleman since the COVID-19, the Omicron cases, the third wave of Indonesia is becoming higher again. So we stopped our research and probably continue it again after the outbreak. So we found the factors influence, but however, we are trying to share again the univariate and bivariate. The happiness, the subjective well-being that we had, there is no change compared with the Gunung Kidul added Yogyakarta. There is the most happier after they had the recreations, right, the leisures, and also they found that the feeling the well-being caused by the tourism attractions on the site is make them more happy or happier. And also this is the descriptive analysis in here. Most of the mean is in the middle, but social interactions and then well-being and this one is ancillary, mostly is the above the standard. Yeah, it's quite good. So ancillary and then sustainable social interactions, and then leisure participation, and also subjective well-being has higher compared with other indicators. Yeah. And in here, if we try to find the influence between the dependent, which is the dependent is the well-being, subjective well-being, we found that amenity, ancillary, sustainable environment participation to natures, and also leisure participation has quite not strong, but they have impact or influence between the subjective well-being and also the independent variables. We found that the CC is quite is in the low, but the moderate one is in the leisure participations. So based on the path analysis, we found in here is the total ancillary, amenity, and also natural ecosystem, ancillary, sustainability, and also amenity, sorry. Mostly they have a strong relationship between the leisure and leisure to well-being. So 4 of this indicator, we found that this one is attract to the tourists, which have to be we have to put it into our map. So when the tourists trying to find, oh, okay, this one, what is the amenity of the tourist attractions? What is the sustainability of the natural ecosystem on that? They are trying to find the natural resources. They're trying to find more attractions on the environment rather than into the culinary or other Photoshop or others findings. So this is becoming we will put this as the base indicators to fill into the map. Yeah, into the digital marketing is becoming our indicators, so everyone can know that those is based what they want to join for the subject to improve their subjective well-being. Based on the qualitative, yeah, we found that we are trying to find what is the meaning of subjective well-being based on the tourist. Some local tourists say that it's based on the psychologists. If there is less stress, so it's well-being, subjective well-being. If the tourist spot is making peacefully for them, it means that it brings subjective well-being. Beauty of earth, it's I think it's appear in some of the respondents finding beauty of earth. So they are finding mostly they're trying to find the environment, the uniqueness coming from the foreign foreign tourist. They're they come to Yogyakarta, they are trying to find the uniqueness. It's just like when they're coming to Bali, they are trying to find the uniqueness. Our uniqueness is mostly they stated that our uniqueness is the culture, how Yogyakarta have a king who bring a lot of the uniqueness of the local wisdom on it. So that uniqueness is brought by some of the foreign tourists coming to Yogyakarta, choose Yogyakarta as the tourist spot for them. And friendly environment. Friendly environment is coming from a lot of key informants, which we are choose from several of the respondents. So friendly environments are becoming a good indicator that we need to put into our digital marketing in our map, in developing our map. later on. So this one is we found that there's some connect between the indicator for quantitative and qualitative. Based on the interview from the stakeholders, we found that they are believe that local wisdom and environment is becoming important. And then also natural and environmental cleanliness is also becoming a number one to support. It's becoming the main expenditure for them to support the tourist department. And also some of the provincial tourism departments stated that actually Yogyakarta is Bali, but cheaper. So why we have to make some of more digital marketing, because Yogyakarta believe that Yogyakarta is Bali and probably it will get more attract to tourists because it's cheaper, and also the uniqueness is coming. The local wisdom is also happening if we found it in Yogyakarta. For example, Bali came from Hindus, so found Hindus, and in Yogyakarta they will find the cultures. So this one is the uniqueness, and local wisdom is improving, is trying to improve by the department, the government department, and a challenge for them. So they say that it is an additional price for the tourist itself, because as you know, the pricing in the cost for having recreational, and also the tourist having the leisure part is getting higher, but also price for managers, stakeholders for hospitality venues. They are trying to find to fulfill the CHSE, the sanitation protocols, for the health sanitation protocols, especially for COVID-19. It's also additional price for them. So that is why mostly the tourists asking for that. Is it already green issues or green indicators by the managers? If it is green, they will easily choose those hotels, those hospitality venues, and etc. So it's becoming an additional price for government, for the tourist, and also for the hospitality venues, especially for the managers of hospitality venues. So our next progress here is we will try to continue to collect data for tour agencies after COVID-19 already stable. And after that, we will confirm the factors influence the well-being for the tourist and develop the website in English language, probably in other languages, but in the first stage, we will start with the English language to be accessed in international coverage. So why we have this with the government, provincial government, because Yogyakarta is trying to play as like we are trying to make as Bali, right? We are trying to gain Bali, but Yogyakarta for this. Okay, I hope I'm already back. some
1 minute
problem in my internet. Okay, well,
1 minute good. 1 minute, Dr. Dia, because we are about running out of time.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, I think I've already shared enough Sorry, I think I have some problem with my Wi-Fi previously. Okay, we'll share back to the MC, Pak Romi. Dr. Romi, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dia, for exquisite presentation. So, is there any question from our discussion, Dr. Aslina?
Okay. Hi, Dr. Dia. Assalamualaikum. Dr. Dia, what is your expectation?
Waalaikumsalam.
What is your expectation when you build this digital marketing? Do you expect that it will help Jogja to increase the tourism, or how?
Yeah, the expectation is also increasing the tourism, but trying to adopt with the COVID-19 sanitation protocol. So yeah, we are trying, since we already have the community-based ecotourism, now we are including the most important indicator as health sanitation protocols to be included into our website. So later on, we will have the, like, what is that? Digital marketing, which is very complete, to announce, to inform to all the tourists in the, mostly in the foreigner tourist.
All right. In your opinion, why the respondents said that the unique of Jogja is a culture?
Yeah, because one of the indicators that we trying to ask to them is concerning the local wisdom. If you find, one of the questions, have you find a lot of the sign of Yogyakarta speciality sign, because we have the Sultan sign in Yogyakarta, and they found that some of mostly they found a lot of the Yogyakarta sign because they have some batik, special batik which we can find it easily in our infrastructures around the Yogyakarta. So they found that it's, for them, it's attract them that all of the society is Yogyakarta have a lot of many of the race or the people are from around the province. So I think they're trying to find the infrastructures indicators from the cultures only. That one, Dr. Asnita.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I arrived already to Jakarta. I go to Borobudur.
Yeah. Actually, Borobudur is Central Java. It's belong to our province, but it's quite famous and attract to all of the things that it's belong to Yogyakarta. Actually, it's belong to the neighbors.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you, Dr. Dia. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Asnita. Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dia, for the presentation. So I think this is different from your presentation last year, because your presentation last year is about tobacco. So I think it's different area.
Oh yeah. So it's different. I thought it's the same.
So it's my first time seeing this presentation, and it shows me interest because you exclude Kulon Progo. Why? Yeah. Because the international airport lies in Kulon Progo. So
yeah.
So what drives you exclude this district?
Because yeah, I think because in 2020 it's a new year, right? The new airport, but probably 2021 we will have the a lot of the foreigners, tourists coming. We choose 4 because the eligibility of the foreigners was that tourist. So only for regency and cities, which is the tourists going to the province, go to Yogyakarta. So they only choose Sleman, Yogyakarta, Bantul, and Gunung Kidul. And they're not choosing the Kulon Progo, which is actually we have the airport in there, but they're not going in there. So it's a question mark. I think it's a good further research to be research to be known why the tourists choose not choosing the Kulon Progo when we have the airport in there. Thank you, Pak Romi. You raised some idea then.
Okay, that's good. So thank you very much, Dr. Rutia. So we'll move to the last presenter for our first session. We are going to Dr. Tan Biwa from Universitas Utara Malaysia. Are you there, Dr. Tan Biwa?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect. Okay, so you look so happy today and as bright as the sun
Thank
in
you.
my place.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dr. Tan Biwa, the time is yours.
All right. I'm sharing my screen now. Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show it as a slideshow. Right, I guess now it's still good morning to Indonesia and good afternoon to Malaysia. So thank you, and especially to Dr. Jalina that inviting me to submit the paper. So today my topics of discussion is more to social economics and in the topics of education. So my title is Listening to the Voices of Undergraduate Students and Exploring Using this Astin Theory of Students' Involvement during the COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you, special thank you to my teams that in fact I have the other three co-authors that Dr. Wawa, Dr. Saidato, and Dr. Fu, all from different schools, but all of us from University Utara Malaysia. So this is basically my today outlines of topics. And we are get inspired with the John Dewey quote that education is not preparation for life, but education is life for itself. So, and during this COVID-19 pandemic, and at the same time, for all of us are actually taking the education degree, postgraduate diploma degree, diploma, and come to these topics. And first attempt for us to try on the qualitative study method, and no figure at all for my sharing today. So this is old and new. So everyone know that after, and who would actually have thought that in the year of 2020, the human race that would be facing a global pandemic that could lead to millions of deaths until now. And the global health, economics, and education sector have all been impacted by this pandemic. Higher education sector in particular have been forced to shut down, and then students have been required to return to their home countries and or become trapped some in a host nation due to the global travel restrictions. So our life, and not only the students, I believe that most majority of us are lecturers, we are being quarantined in the virtual, okay, into the virtual world, and from the face-to-face classes and then into the virtual classes. So COVID-19 pandemic really changed the world in particular, and universities around the world must adapt to the pandemic where most of the staff need to work remotely and many classes are held online. So when it comes to this scenario, students were no longer exposed to the buzzing university cultural life and especially life of on campus. And the sudden change in teaching learning methods that needs to be delivered online has made not only lecturers but students struggle. So for example, from the lecturer side, that we are struggle to finish the curriculums as online teaching make the learners learning slower. I'm not sure, but to me is I feel that it makes my teaching even slower because the students are getting used to absent online classes. And most importantly, they could be falling behind because of a lack of internet access and technological devices that can aid their learning online. So COVID-19 present until now, the planet at the end of the 2021 till now towards go ahead with starting with 2022, it means that the students really that's already behind of their they have lost nearly 2 years of the educations. So in terms of the literature review and why we started with this Austin theory and why we actually employed the input environments outcomes, or in other words, IOE models from Austin, 1984, 1991, etc. The reason is that from the Sirotova in 2015, this study says that the student develops their personalities based on how lecturers provide the learning experience in class and at a university in large setting. So how the learning experience in class provided by the lecturer can really affect the student's way of thinking, emotions, and developing creativity. And then the other author, Yu, 2010, he actually said that activities outside the classroom, or in other words, extracurricular, were perceived as the biggest influence in terms of developing students' personalities and soft skills. So, for example, when students that get or that involve or participates in student club activities, become students representative in any organization, participates in like the interfaculty competitions, conferences, or charity events. Then Austin theory of student development discusses how students' involvement in university environment might help them develop their personality. And students' involvement in both academics and extracurricular activities is emphasized in Austin theory. And this theory stated that the more students who participate in university, then the more likely are to produce favorable outcomes, such as excellent academic performance, strong personalities, and skill. Because this is so much important that all this will help them to develop their personalities and enhance graduate employability. And our intention is really to identify that, okay, what's really hindered their life during this COVID-19, especially inside and outside the classrooms. So we're employing this Austin theory, and the reason why we choose this is this concept allow exploring the effects of the university environments on students' educational outcome while observing the students' background, characteristics, or growth. So basically, you look at the screen, the inputs, the demographic backgrounds, the characteristic, academic, even including the test score, talent, skill, goals, and other potential for growth and learnings of students when he or she first enter a college or university are all considered as the student inputs in the model. Then in the middle, in addition to that, the environments, this means it refers to the college or university setting in which students are involved through interactions with peers, and then faculty management members, classroom participation, and other educational or curriculum programs. So it can also be treated as a student actual educational experiences, practices, program, or intervention. And then the outcome, so the student behavior changes when they are influenced by the environments. So the student's behavior changes as a result of exposure to the environments over time, and these changes are referred to as outcome. And cognitive, psychosocial, and then personal, social, cognitive, psychological, cognitive, behavioral, and effective psychological outcomes are among the types of the outcome. So we not only that refer to this study, but in fact, a lot of the past research, past literature review where I didn't outline here, it's they're utilizing this, or they're adopting the IEO model under the disruptions in analyzing the how to say that, the student involvement. But however, there's lack of the study when it comes to these COVID-19 pandemics. Most of the previous studies, they're using firstly the quantitative analyses. For the qualitative analyses, they omitted the change in the university environments in outlining the students' current life that struggles during these COVID-19 pandemics. Therefore, this study really contributes to the literature in at least 3 ways, where we tend to identify the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on students' involvement inside and outside the classroom. And then we also tend to explore student experience of engagement during the COVID-19 pandemic. And lastly, we explore how the experience enhances or hinders their life developments as individuals and university students. That make us to have the main objective, the general objective of this paper is to see how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected students' involvement both inside and outside the classroom. So this study sought to answer 3 research questions. How do students struggle inside and outside the classroom during this COVID-19 pandemic? Secondly, in what way do these experiences help or actually hinder their development as a university students? And how can the university ecosystem of learning further enhance these learners' developments? So we have, I believe, not only you and the rest of the world or the higher education in this institution or the education institutions, they're trying their best to, how to say that, equips the students, everything. So to answer these research questions, data collections took place via qualitative in-depth interviews to enable the researchers to identify and explore the student characteristics, first of all, and what the challenges they face with remote learning, and how these challenges really affected their developments as students. And we also interviewed the respondent through the Microsoft team. In fact, last year on 9th of November, 8:30 to 10 p.m. Right, so that's then the students. So we interviewed 8 undergraduate students from various courses in UEM, not only in one faculty or in one program. And one thing good is we really go to find the club students that were, how to say that, all these students that interviewed were mostly top organizing committees, members of students' organizations, and then the undertaking presidents, treasurer, secretary roles, while of course, half of them were regular members of the clubs, because we want to really identify what's they really feel, what's their challenges during these periods. So the recorded videos of this interview was first transcribed. Okay, sorry that this is actually the interview protocol, because we need to get all these from the students, that what we said. And after that, we recorded the video and we transcribed it and analyzed using the thematics analysis, because the thematics analysis is actually a method for identifying and then analyzing and reporting the themes or the patterns within the data, right? So in terms of the findings, so I will show it outside the classroom and inside the classroom, what the challenges the students face, and then what is their students' feedbacks from our transcriptions. So first thing is most students, just talk in the generals, that majority of the students from this 8 reported various issues and challenges during the pandemics, and from the perspective of the organizing committee. Okay, because it's outside the classroom, a lot of the issues that revolve around effective teamwork that they must overcome. So they reported being unable to gauge the team members' working pace, which causes work delay, inability to connect and communicate effectively among each others, and lack of understanding of their team members outside the commitments, which leads to overall weak team spirits and lack of the overall engagement. So next is about the students from this Mahani. So she sounds out that, say, as a regular member, that the challenges would be there are too many events, but they all look the same, and that is get a bit boring. Means that how to say is that during this COVID periods of time, like for example today, the forums that are held online virtually, so there are too many events having at the same time, like today that we have several activities and actually programs, including the training. So how we're going to choose? So the same thing happens to the students. So they say too many programs were conducted, but they will demotivate to join because of a lack of variety and they were hoping for more than just talk and as explained by the students. So that they wish that it's more engaging. It's not just that we listen, always listen, and then look at the screen, and then with not really not entertaining slide that always. I mean myself also, we can't really entertain the students based on their how to say that requirement or interest. So the other challenges, their developments is also hindered as they cannot experience the full university environments and embrace the joy of being a university student, as illustrated by Farah Hanadi student. She claims that I think I'm not developing. In some ways, I feel guilty because I can't feel the enjoyment as a university student. I need to go faster, but I'm sharing on the negative part, but they're still positive. These challenges are also pose some positive effects on the students' developments rather than negative effects. So students reported now they have learned to become more understanding, patient, and even though they did report that the extra workload has made them very stressed, but they are now able to overcome after like sitting and then how to say that online learning after 2 years of time. So this is the student feedbacks. And on the other hand, inside the classroom, so each student has actually mentioned a few challenges and problems relating to how the pandemic has actually impacted their classroom learning. And to begin with, switching from a traditional classroom to online classroom appears to have a beneficial, of course, as well as the bad impact on the student learning behavior. And as a result of the shift in the learning environment, some students who were previously active, means that are very extroverts, are now passive. So from those very talkative inside the class, and now they have become quiet in the virtual world. So let's see what's the student feedbacks. So on the negative side, these students are saying that previously extrovert students had the opposite situations with the atmosphere making them feel less engaged in the class. They feel like I don't want to talk to the screen. I wish to talk to a human that alive standing in front of me. And on the other hand, Norma Hani, though last time that she claims she never talked once in the classroom, and now she's feel, oh, I'm confident that I don't need to no one see me, and it's time for me to sound out what I feel in the class. And the other side is about the weak engaged in the conducted online learning instructional materials activities due to the unstable internet connection impact the student learning. So Sarah also claims that she's very stressed out at the point she can only sleep 3 to 4 hours a day. Because she needs to cope with the heavy workload, because when it comes to online, that the lecturers think that, okay, my student cannot understand, so we give you more exercise, give you more activities but at the student, from the student point of view, they really feel like stress when they are having so many activities or assessment at the same time. So this is what the quantitative part, the figure cannot tell us, but so this is actually the other motivations. So come to the discussions, this is actually summaries of the overall inside and outside the classroom, where we are using the IOE model. So in the middle of this is actually from the input is all the second to final year students, the committee members, they are on campus originally, but comes to the COVID-19 pandemics, from the face-to-face now, everything goes to online, and things change. So the introverts turns to extroverted. They enjoy online class and feel compelled to say more, successfully manage the stress, improve the problem-solving skill. And all these actually is tally with Austin. So Austin claims that actually actual education experiences and practices will influence students' mindset and emotional psychology. So if you really can cope with all the stress, then is from the negative, then you turn to positive. But in contradicted to that, some that really turns from extrovert to introverted. They become less participative and not as engaging as before or during the face-to-face class or meeting or university programs. So this also consistent with Austin 1991's claims that outcomes as the changes in the student behavior as a result of exposure to the environments over times. So when they're influenced by the environment, so their, how to say it, that personalities, characters also change. So the OE models emphasize the importance of a student's characteristics in determining their educational environments. So all these are our results that bring us to the conclusions, the implication for the practices, where the first thing is the most significant issues among the students were lack of social connections, the housing conditions inappropriate for home office activities, including limited data and bandwidth, so and overall feelings of diminished enthusiasm and concentrations. So what the university can do is the university must guarantee that students have a solid systems for interacting with lecturers, clubs advisors, and then administrators, classmates, and peers. So for instance, of course, you already have a very good system, but UUM needs a better distributed server system that play a vital role in providing web user with a fast and efficient internet experience by reliably delivering web-based content regardless of the geographic locations. And at the same time, I believe that the live chat, so nowadays, how are we going to contact? If I'm writing the email, so then we wait for 3 weeks, perhaps the student to reply you, but using the live chats or WhatsApp, whatever, line, it should be introduced in every school administrations, not just non-school administration like the library, IT department, or bursary. It should be inbuilt into all the school administration because when students face academic difficulties, they will be more engaged with the school. And secondly, the way instruction offer the learning experience in class and university in general shape student personalities. So a good lecturer must also be an active listener. So we have to change. Then besides being a knowledgeable and skilled teacher, good listening skill are required to establish empathy and understanding with students to determine if they understand what they're being taught. So we need to become, or how to say that, we need to support students' learning, or I can say that. So in terms of conclusion, so the objective is to identify the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on student involvement using ASTIN IEO model. And we are using the qualitative methods by using the in-depth interview. And all in all, we suggest that the university needs a competent system while lecturers needs to be more caring during these academic periods. And all in all, we still find the limitations and the improvements that we hope in the future that we can actually using quantitative study which yield generalizable results for a wider sample using survey or experimental studies. Because this time the sample size is limited to a small numbers of the students. So I think that that's all for my sharing. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Biwa for excellent presentation. So is there any question or feedback from Dr. Aslina regarding Dr. Tan Biwa presentation?
All right, thank you, Dr. Romi. Hi, Dr. Tan, how are you? Okay, can I know why you choose a very small sample?
First thing, when we come to qualitative and in-depth and focus group interview, we can't have a big group like 20 or 30. Very difficult for us because we really want to listen to the student voices and dig out what they really feel during this time. So we only find for like in fact 8 of them.
Okay, this student, 8 of them, what is their semester?
From semester 3 onwards, because our first criteria is they must not the second year to the final year, because the first criteria when I ask is have you experienced the university life, because without that I think they will be biased the result.
But I think semester 2 also don't have any experience in the university,
because There are in fact, that's a part of my explanation in this paper is some they are returning to university, they stay in campus, but however, they still continue with the online learnings.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, any question from participants? Okay, Dr. Tan, since you are doing qualitative work, may I know what kind of triangulation that you implement in your research? And have you accounted for heterogeneity of the students for in-depth interview? For example, like ethnicity, and then their socio-economic characteristic, and so on.
You means that how long that we identify the characteristic?
I mean, sorry if it is not clear enough. So I have two questions for you. The first one, like what kind of triangulation that you implement since you are doing qualitative work?
Okay.
And then the second one, have you accounted for the heterogeneity of the students regarding their socioeconomic characteristics? For example, their ethnicity.
Yes, that's a mixture. Okay, let me answer your questions. Is that the mixtures that they have all the Malay, Chinese, Indian students? Then we didn't involve the foreign students for this time because for the undergraduate students, it's hardly to get the foreign students. And then for your first questions, that to start with this qualitative, especially when you listen to their voices, this is all you need to get the consent from them, so they need to sign the consent letter. When after we get the consent, the approval agreements from them, only we can conduct this how to say that focus group interviews.
Okay, what about triangulation?
Regulations, some kind of like what does it mean by the
So if you are doing qualitative work, you have to conduct triangulation. As far as I know.
I think that's we have the protocols and everything that maybe the words that we use here is it a regulation?
Sorry, triangulation. So I will type that for you. Triangulation.
What's that?
It's really important in the qualitative work. Like for example, if you would like to do in-depth interview with student, like you need to hear another perspective from their parents, for example.
Okay.
Or from another lecturer, like to strengthen the perspective.
Oh, yeah, I got you. The first thing, so they are all adults learners, so they can do their own decisions whether to share. Yeah, so this is the first thing. That's why. Then, the next thing is that just now I mentioned that we got to let them, yeah, how to say that permissions is we of course we get the permissions. Okay, and then they signs everything, and based on the university also, because when we conduct this research is under a program of where we study, so the lecturers are also like sharing with us that this is a correct way for us to conduct the interviews and everything, as long as the students sign the consent letter. Yeah.
Okay, so triangulation here means that it is separated from informed consent. Like I think you need to find out about this later on because we are in a time constraint. Yes. It's really important in the qualitative work. So I'm relatively new, but I relatively new in the qualitative work, but it's important.
Okay, no, I got you because it's curious. What is I kind of why regulations is a qualitative research strategy to test the validity through the convergence of information from different sources.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Okay, I think we have the last question from Dr. Dimas. Like I think it's about sharing experience, like how the way of lecturers in delivering the quantitative courses like mathematics, like could you share your experience to teach this course interestingly and effectively? And to what extent the level of satisfaction of students in UUM in online learning activities, like any survey conducted by university or study program? Thank you. So I think about experience sharing.
Yeah. Wow, that would be very nice. Good sharing for us to proceed to the next, how to say that, what's going to continue later. I think it's more to the suggestions, is it, for this? Because our research is more to the general ones, and we just want to listen to the student voices during this part. And I think this is more to the, I think the efficient teaching styles and how the way the lectures in delivering the quantitative courses like mathematics. So I think it's out of my current research in suggesting or give you some sharing of experience to teach this course interestingly, because that they are more to like, how to say, the synchronized, asynchronous, that the teaching style. And then to what extent the level of satisfaction of students in UUM in online learning activities. We are not like analyzing part of that, that are more to the quantitative. But the other studies that I believe that I think is out of my knowledge to answer these questions today. Yes. Yes, the surveys conducted by the university to identify the level of the satisfaction of the student, but it's also out of my knowledge because it's all handled by, I think it's the HEP, is it? I think Dr. Aznita will know about that, who actually handling all the student satisfactions in terms of online learning activities. Okay, but it's a very good suggestions that I will take it, and how to say that, I'll put it for my future studies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So since it's already 12, then I will return the time to the main MC for this event. Okay, so Miss Annie, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Rami and Dr. Asnita, for conducting the first plenary for today's event. And to all the presenters, Professor Wing, Dr. Jiahtitis, Professor Imamuddin, Mr. Javid, Dr. Jiahdewanti, and Dr. Tan, such a very nice presentation for the first plenary today. And I think after this agenda or this first plenary session, we will have the break time. And for your information, the break time will be from 12 until 1 p.m. So we are going to start the next plenary session, the second plenary session at 1 p.m. So please, your cooperation to join the second plenary session in time. So please, if you want to have a break, duhur pray maybe, yeah, and see you next at 1 p.m. Okay, thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
bersyukur kau di sini kasih, di kalbuku mengiringi, dan padamu ingin ku sampaikan. Kau cahaya hati, dulu ku palingkan diri dari cinta, hingga kau hadir ubah segalanya. Oh, inilah janjiku kepadamu, sepanjang hidup bersamamu, kesetiaanku tulus untukmu hingga akhir waktu. Kaulah cintaku, cintaku sepanjang hidup. Seiring waktu aku bersyukur atas hadirmu kini dan selamanya. Aku milikmu, yakini hatiku. Kau anugerah Sang Maha Rahim, semoga Allah berkahi kita. Kekasih penguat jiwaku, berdoa kau dan aku di jannah. Temukan kekuatanku di sisimu, kau hadir sempurnakan seluruh hidupku. Oh, inilah janjiku kepadamu, sepanjang hidup bersamamu, kesetiaanku tulus untukmu hingga akhir waktu. Kaulah cintaku, cintaku sepanjang hidup. Seiring waktu aku bersyukur atas hadirmu kini dan selamanya. Aku milikmu, yakini hatiku. Bersamamu ku sadari inilah cinta. Tiada ragu, dengarkanlah kidung cintaku yang abadi. Sepanjang hidup bersamamu, kesetiaanku tulus untukmu hingga akhir waktu. Kaulah cintaku, cintaku sepanjang hidup. Seiring waktu aku bersyukur atas hadirmu kini dan selamanya. Aku milikmu, yakini hatiku. There's faith in my world. It comes back to your teachings and all your words. From your life I have learned to be patient and caring at every turn. The reason I'm strong, you're where I belong. In a world spinning out of control, the reason for my pride, you are my guide. And I will always follow your way, your way, your way. Oh, alayka sallallahu, oh Muhammad. Peace and blessings on you every day. Alayka sallallahu, oh Muhammad. You inspire me in every way. I promise that wherever I go, whenever I pray, I'll be sending you praise with the words that I say. Rasulullah, oh Muhammad, Peace and blessings on you every day. There's light in my heart, helps me find my way back when I've gone too far. When all my anger makes me blind, I remember your mercy for all mankind. The reason I forgive as long as I live in a world spinning out of control. The reason I love, I'll never give up, and I will always follow your way, your way, your way. Oh, alayka sallallahu, oh Muhammad. Peace and blessings on you every day. Alayka sallallahu, oh Muhammad. You inspire me in every way. I promise that wherever I go, whenever I pray, I'll be sending your praise with the words that I say. Rasulallah, oh Muhammad. Peace and blessings on you every day. I know the only thing I want from this life, and it's to follow all your footsteps to paradise. So that's the way I'm gonna spend all my time. Yes, I swear by Allah, I swear. Alayka sallallahu, oh Muhammad. Peace and blessings on you every day. Alayka sallallahu, oh Muhammad. You inspire me in every way. Alayka sallallahu, oh Muhammad. Peace and blessings on you every day. Alayka sallallahu, oh Muhammad. You inspire me in every way. I promise that wherever I go, whenever I pray, I'll be sending you praise with the words that I say. Rasulallah, oh Muhammad. Peace and blessings on you every day. فجرا جئت بعد العسر يسرا ربنا أعلاك قدرا يا إمام الأنبياء أنت في الوجدان حي أنت للعينين ضي أنت عند الحوض ري أنت هاد وصفي يا حبيبي يا محمد يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك حبي خير رسل ربي من به أبصرت دربي يا شفيعي يا رسول الله أيها المختار فينا زادنا الحب حنينا جئتنا بالخير دينا يا ختام المرسلين يا حبيبي يا محمد يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك अल्लाह ही अल्लाह किया करो दुगना किसी को दिया करो जो दुनिया का मालिक है नाम उसी का लिया करो अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह किया करो दुगना किसी को दिया करो जो दुनिया का मालिक है नाम उसी का लिया करो अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह Just like a sunrise can't be denied, no. Just like the river will find the sea. Oh Allah, you're here and you're always near. And I know without a doubt that you always hear my prayer. सच की राह पे चला करो दुगना किसी को दिया करो जो दुनिया का मालिक है नाम उसी का लिया करो अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह किया करो दुगना किसी को दिया करो जो दुनिया का मालिक है नाम उसी का लिया करो अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह So many bright stars like diamonds in the sky. Oh, it makes me wonder how anyone can be blind to all the signs so clear Just open your eyes, and I know without a doubt you will surely see the light.
तेरी ही दुनिया तेरी ज़मीन ये कहकर शाहे तू है करीम मेरे मौला सुन ले दुआ हम बेबस हैं तेरे बिना रोशन कर जहां
ऐसा जुल्म न किया करो, दुख न किसी को दिया करो, जो दुनिया का मालिक है नाम उसी का लिया करो। अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह किया करो, दुख न किसी को दिया करो, जो दुनिया का मालिक है नाम उसी का लिया करो। अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह किया करो, दुख न किसी को दिया करो, जो दुनिया का मालिक है नाम उसी का लिया करो। अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह किया करो, दुख न किसी को दिया करो, जो दुनिया का मालिक है नाम उसी का लिया करो। अल्लाह ही
رضيت بالله ربا وبالإسلام دينا رضيت بالله ربا وبالإسلام دينا وبمحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم سلم نبيا ورسولا
source of life and you're the source of truth. To obey you I strive and my aim is pleasing you. Allah, you are the only one, your promise is always true. You don't need anyone, but we're all in need of you. And I sincerely pray to be among the ones you love, and until my final day I'll say in all my prayers Raditu billahi rabba وبالإسلام دينا رضيت بالله ربا وبالإسلام دينا وبمحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم سلم نبيا ورسولا Cannot see you, and yet my heart believes your miracles surround me, so clear and easy to see. Allah, you are the greatest, and I submit to you. You know my deepest thoughts, you know everything I do, and I sincerely pray to be among the ones you love. And until my final day I'll say in all my prayers Raditu billahi rabba وبالإسلام دينا رضيت بالله ربا وبالإسلام دينا وبمحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم سلم نبيا ورسولا صلوا على النبي صلوا على النبي صلوا على النبي صلوا على النبي صلوا على النبي صلوا على النبي صلوا على النبي صلوا على النبي صلوا على النبي رضيت بالله ربا
وبالإسلام دينا رضيت بالله ربا وبالإسلام دينا وبمحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم سلم نبيا ورسولا رضيت بالله ربا وبالإسلام دينا رضيت بالله ربا وبالإسلام دينا وبمحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم سلم نبيا ورسولا رقت عيناي شوقا ولطيبة ذرفت عشقا فأتيت إلى حبيبي فاهدأ يا قلب ورفقا صلي على محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله يا رسول الله قلب للحق تعلق وبغار حراء تألق يبكي يسأل خالقه فأتاه الوحي فأشرق اقرأ اقرأ يا محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله يا رسول الله يا طيبة جئتك صبا لرسول الله محبا بالروضة سكنت روحي وجوار الهادي محمد يا طيبة جئتك صبا لرسول الله محبا بالروضة سكنت روحي وجوار الهادي محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله يا رسول الله
فيك ملهمي يشدو فمي والشوق يجري في دمي وإليك دوما أنتمي يا سيدي يا محمد. قلبي المتيم كلما صلى عليك وسلم ذاق السعادة مغرما يا سيدي يا محمد. قلبي المتيم كلما صلى عليك وسلم ذاق السعادة مغرما يا سيدي يا محمد. في مهجتي عشق دفين وبدمعتي زاد الحنين بك أهتدي في كل حين يا سيدي يا محمد. قلبي المتيم كلما صلى عليك وسلم ذاق السعادة مغرما يا سيدي يا محمد. قلبي المتيم كلما صلى عليك وسلم ذاق السعادة مغرما يا سيدي يا محمد. قلبي المتيم كلما صلى عليك وسلم ذاق السعادة مغرما يا سيدي يا محمد. قلبي المتيم كلما صلى عليك وسلم ذاق السعادة مغرما يا سيدي يا محمد يا سيدي يا محمد. In a time of darkness and greed, it is your light that we need. You came to teach us how to live. Muhammad, Ya Rasulullah, you were so caring and kind. Your soul was full of light. You are the best of mankind. Muhammad, khayru khalqillah. Sallu ala Rasulillah, Habib al-Mustafa. Peace be upon the messenger, the chosen one. truthful in every word you say. Muhammad ya Rasulallah, your face was brighter than the sun, your beauty equal by none. You are Allah's chosen one. Muhammad khayru khalqillah. Sallu ala Rasulillah, Habib al-Mustafa. Peace be upon the messenger, the chosen one. I'll try to follow your way and do my best to live my life as you taught me. I pray to be close to you on that day and see you smile when you see me. Sallu ala Rasulillah, Habib al-Mustafa. Peace be upon the messenger, the chosen one. Sallu ala Rasulillah, Habib al-Mustafa. Peace be upon the messenger, the chosen one. Sallu ala Rasulillah. Oh, peace be upon the chosen one. O sensin ki aşkın yolu en muhteşem Allah kulu, insanlığa doğru yolu sen gösterdin ey Muhammed. O sensin ki aşkın özü, Yaradanın bakan gözü, insanlığın en son sözü senin dilinden Muhammed. O sensin ki aşkın özü, Yaradanın bakan gözü, insanlığın en son sözü senin dilinden Muhammed.
O sensin ki bilinmeyen ama her yerde görünen, uzun yavaş hep gidilen senin yolundur Muhammed. O sensin ki aşkın özü, Yaradanın bakan gözü, İnsanlığın en son sözü senin dilinden Muhammed. O sensin ki aşkın özü, Yaradanın bakan gözü, İnsanlığın en son sözü senin dilinden sensin ki aşkın özü, Yaradanın bakan gözü, İnsanlığın en son sözü senin dilinden Muhammed. O sensin ki aşkın özü, Yaradanın bakan gözü, İnsanlığın en son sözü senin dilinden Muhammed. Senin dilinden Muhammed. Every time you feel like you cannot go on, you feel so lost and that you're so alone. All you see is night and darkness all around. You feel so helpless, you can't see which way to go. Don't despair and never lose hope, 'cause Allah is always by your side. Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, you'll find your way. Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, you'll find your way. Every time you commit one more mistake, you feel you can't repent and that it's way too late. You're so confused, wrong decisions you have made haunt your mind and your heart is full of shame. But don't despair and never lose hope, 'cause Allah is always by your side. Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, you'll find your way. Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, you'll find your way. Turn to Allah, He's never far away. Put your trust in Him, raise your hands and pray. Ooh, yeah, Allah, guide my steps, don't let me go astray. You're the only one who can show me the way. Show me the way. Show me the way. Show me the way. Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, we'll find our way. Insha'Allah, لنا نورا مبينا تغرس الإيمان فينا أحرص الناس علينا أقرب الناس إلينا كل نفس تقول نفسي إلا الحبيب أمتي يقولها لنا يوم القيامة أمتي يقولها شفاعة أنا لها عشت في الدنيا كريما صابرا رغم البلايا عشت إنسانا رحيما لطفك عم البرايا كل نفس تقول نفسي إلا الحبيب أمتي يقولها لنا يوم القيامة أمتي يقولها شفاعة أنا لها محمد قلبي وروحي فداك سيدي ليت عيني تراك راحتي هي دوما في هداك ليس يشفع لنا سواك أمتي يقولها لنا يوم القيامة أمتي يقولها شفاعة أنا لها You're the reason my life's worth living. You're the reason I'm alive. I'd be lost without you. You're the reason that I strive. You're my destiny. You're my reverie. You're the reason that I breathe. You are all that I believe. चल चला है खुदा एक तेरा मेरा है एक फलसफा खरबदोश मदहोश हूँ तेरे इश्क में मैं शराबूर हूँ
so long I've been denying, but now I feel like I'm flying. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Now nothing seems impossible. With you I feel unstoppable. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive.
La veo buenas.
Engkau bagai air yang jernih di dalam bekas yang berdebu. Zahirnya kotoran itu terlihat, kesucian terlindung jua. Cinta bukan hanya di mata, cinta hadir di dalam jiwa. Biarlah salah di mata mereka, biar perbezaan terlihat antara kita. Kuharapkan kau kan terima, walau dipandang hina,
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear all presenters and all participants, the plenary session 2 is going to start soon. So please do join the room for now on. Thank you. Should we start now, Pak Romi, or should we wait for the other presenters or participants? It's already 43 participants joining the room. So we start it now. Okay. Pak Romi, can you hear my voice?
Yes, it's really clear, Bu.
Okay, good. Thank you. Is it okay if I start it now? Or
Of course, it's already the time.
Okay. I hope the presenter is already be ready, yeah. Okay, so good afternoon. Good afternoon. No longer a morning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the fifth agenda. That is the plenary session 2. And the MC for this session, it's supposed to be Dr. Desi, but because there's something urgent that she cannot join the session for this afternoon. So the MC for the second plenary session, it will be Pak Romi again. Yeah, so Pak Romi, thank you for being helpful to substitute Dr. Desi. And then for the discussion, if I'm not mistaken, it will be Dr. Zalina. Is Dr. Zalina already here? Hello, Dr. Zalina, are you already in the room? So while waiting for the preparation for the presenters, or maybe Pak Romi as the master of the ceremony for this session, and also Dr. Zalina for the discussion in this session. We'll let you know that the focus for this session is about banking and finance. The presenters will present their presentations, their research here about the focus on banking and finance. So are you ready, Pak Romi, to assist this session?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So maybe to shorten the time, yeah, we can start the second plenary session here with the focus on banking and finance, and Pak Romi or Dr. Romi will be your master of the ceremony for this session. So Dr. Romi, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Ani. So welcome back with me in the second plenary session of our event. So we are glad that we will have like 5 remaining presenters in the second session. So let's start with the first presenter. So he is Mr. Susilonor Aji Chokro Darsono from Asia University, Taiwan. He would like to present his research about effect of economic policy uncertainty on sustainable stock market. So Mr. Susilo, I think you've already well prepared since you are on the screen right now. So the time is fully yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear my voice?
Excellent.
Okay. Good afternoon all. Good afternoon, Pak Romi, Dr. Romi, Dr. Dimas, and then Prof. Imam, Bu Ani, and other college. My college in Asia University, Ha from Vietnam. Good afternoon. Is also my partner in this research. Okay. I think I cannot share screen. Can I share screen? Oh yeah, I can share screen. Okay, can you see?
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, so today I would like to present about the economic policy uncertainty and its effect on the sustainable investment. This is my research with my colleagues, Nguyen Tran Thai Ha from Vietnam, Professor Wing Keng Wong from Taiwan, and then Hafsah Fajar Jati and Dr. Diah Titis from UMY. This is I did this research last year since 2020 until 2021. And then now I start to the introductions. We know that in general, investment is always influenced by the market conditions, the country's economic condition, macroeconomics, and the political situation, and also the security of a country. And in this era of globalization, investment are transforming into many forms related to the global condition to create socially, environmentally, and responsible investment. And stock market is rising again since the COVID pandemic, although it's have turned down the capital and then transactions, but many people now aware with this investment. And in 2021 also until now the case of binary options and then Bitcoin cryptocurrency is rising. And my focus in this research is about the sustainable investment. We know that the sustainable investment is well thought of term for what is known as an ethical investment or green investment or ESG, or some of them call it socially responsible investment or SRI. And so we here we will connect it with the independent variables such as the economic policy uncertainty, because of the policy change are inevitable, but some might come unexpectedly, driving to a range of adjustment in individual and organizational decisions. Either political, social, economic, or board regulation are reformed to catch recent occurrences or forecast the dynamic progress. And this dynamism rather sometimes become uncertainty, and it is possible to cause shock in the stock market when the government announce many policy changes, leaving the uncertainty bigger. It will bring about volatilities and correlations among stocks. So the condition or economic sometimes cause the stock price ups and down significantly. And the basic principle of sustainable investment is come from the triple bottom line or ESG, economic, environment, and ethics. So the sustainable investment must be conscious of this triple bottom line. In this research, sustainable investment that we use is the sustainable stock market exchange. And based on the literature review, like Pastor and Veronis in 2013, they employ an APU index developed by Baker et al. And confirm that political instability does indeed place a risk premium and that stocks are more volatile during periods of higher uncertainty. And many negative effects have resulted in the stock market when economic policies are uncertain. From empirical evidence, the volatilities arise from Su et al. 2018, and the stock market's returns decline significantly from Arori, Christo, and others. And on a similar note, SAI 2017 revealed that EPU had power in explaining the contagious risk of investment in the global stock market. Following the EPU in China, as the most influential. The study also captured how APU spreads its regional systemic risk and volatility risk. And the research objective for this study is the first one is how does the economic policy uncertainty, gold, oil, and Bitcoin affect the global sustainable exchange returns in the short term and the long term. And the second one, how does the EPU, gold, Hello? Sorry, I think I lost my connection.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. In the second, this paper provides specific advice to investor in formulating the investment strategies to face uncertainty and the volatility of commodities price. And the next, data and methodology. In this research, we use the secondary data. The dependent variable is the sustainable stock exchange monthly returns from 2015 until 2020. Sorry, I have updated the data. So until 2020, monthly data. We download it from the Thomson Reuters database, data stream, and then we have 12 sustainable stock exchange from many countries, from China, India, Japan, Singapore, Germany, Netherlands, Russia, Spain, UK, Brazil, Colombia, and USA. And the independent variable is the main variable is EPU from the 12 countries also. And then oil price, gold price, and Bitcoin price, we use the global price. And how we get these 12 countries, because of we do screening in this exchange database, stocks exchange database from the United Nations, and we choose the market cover by sustainability related. It found that 47 stock exchange, but the data for the EPU is only 12 countries that available from the website of the policyuncertainty.com from Baker, Bloom, and Davis. So based on the availability of the APU data, so we choose the 12 countries that have sustainable stock exchange, and the period is from 2015 until 2019. And some of the countries that have the sustainable stock exchange also not in the range of our research period, so we don't use it. And the method that we use in this research is the panel ARDL, because to model the long-term relation between the stock with the EPU, gold, and oil Bitcoin, we use the pool-mean group, PMG, estimator of besaran for all the models with group effect and individual effect. And this approach allows that the intercept, short-run coefficient, and error variance to differ across the cross-sections while determining the long-run parameters and the speed of adjustment to equilibrium. To apply the PMG method, the presence of unit root test in the panel must be verified. And after that, we use the Pedroni conjugation. But not only PMG, we also test the MG, the mean group, not only pool mean group. So this is the simple RDL model. So as R is the dependent variables, it consists of the monthly returns of 12 countries sustainable stock exchange, and then the panel data of monthly EPU, monthly data of 12 countries for the EPU, and then for the gold, oil, and Bitcoin is the monthly data for the global price within the research period. And the delta is the first difference operator, because we run this model in the first difference. And continue to the result, we found that this is the descriptive statistic. So the mean is of the stock market is 7, EPU is 5, gold is 7, oil in 3.9, and Bitcoin is 7.8. Both of them, all of the variables already transform into the natural logarithm. And the observation is around 840 observation from 12 countries within 5 years or 6 years. And then from all the variable, we did the unit root test. So we found that we did the 2 tests for the unit root test, Levin-Lin, and then an IPS or Impisaran-Sin. So stock market, and then EPU, and then the Bitcoin is stationary in the first in the Levin Lin, while in the IPS stock market only EPU that stationary in the level. So beside EPU, other variable we continue to the first difference, while the EPU is still in the level. That's why we choose RDL to solve this problem. After that, we did the co-integration test. Means that they have the co-integration. And then this is the panel RDL results. So with the panel RDL result, we found the MG and the PMG, mean group and the pool mean group. In the mean group, we have all the variables are significant in the long run, and also in the pool mean group, the variables also significant in the long run. So EPU, but the arrow or the EPU is negative significant to the stock market in the long run, while gold, oil, and Bitcoin is positively significant. And based on the Hausman test, we choose the Pullman group. Sorry, this number of Pullman tests still have some error. I have the new one, but not yet insert in this PowerPoint. So based on the Hausman test, we choose the Pullman group. So our analysis will focus on the Pullman group estimations. And then for the short run, for the Pullman group, only oil and Bitcoin that have positive significant, while APU and gold are not significant in this short run. So oil and the Bitcoin in the short run, they gave a positive impact on the sustainable stock market return. And we continue to the second objective, to the individual nation. So the Pullman group result of the short run. So in this result, we can see the countries by countries: China, India, Japan, and Singapore. In here, only Singapore that have significant result for the EPU. It means also negative significant effect for the EPU for the Singapore Sustainable Stock Exchange, and then oil and then Bitcoin also for the Singapore. While for the China, EPU are not significant. The gold, oil, and Bitcoin are significant. India also gold and Bitcoin, while Japan also only Bitcoin that significant to the sustainable stock market return. And from this result, we will see that most of the sustainable stock exchanges are affected by the Bitcoin. Most of them are significant, positively significant for the Bitcoin. And then for the Germany, Netherlands, Russia, and Spain and UK, the EPU are affected, negative effect to the Netherlands sustainable stock market, and then Spain. While Russia, they have positive effect for the EPU to the stock market. And then gold, UK have negative effect. The gold have negative effect on the UK sustainable stock market, while oil and Bitcoin have a positive effect. And then for the Brazil, Colombia, and USA, none of them are affected by the EPU, while the gold and oil affected the Brazil sustainable stock market, but not the Bitcoin. and USA also affected by gold, oil, and Bitcoin, while Colombia only oil and Bitcoin. So that's the result for the panel model, and then I jump to the conclusions. In the long run, we found that the EPU negatively affect the sustainable stock market returns, and gold, oil, and Bitcoin have a positive effect on sustainable stock market return, while in the short run, only oil and Bitcoin that positively affect sustainable stock market returns. While in the short run for the individual, EPU had negative and significant effect on the sustainable stock market in the Singapore, Netherlands, and Spain, while in Russia that have positive and significant. And gold had positive and significant effect on China, India, Brazil, and USA, while it gave a negative and significant effect in the UK sustainable stock market return. And then oil had a positive and significant effect on 8 sustainable stock market returns, such as China, Singapore, Netherlands, Spain, UK, Brazil, Colombia, and USA, while others are not. And Bitcoin had positive impact in almost all the sustainable stock market returns in this research. Only one that have not impact for the get the impact from the Bitcoin, such as Brazil. And because of I just finished to analyze this data, so I'm not yet did the deeper discussion from this result. So that's all from my presentation. Thank you very much for the time and then for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Mr. Susilo in delivering interesting presentation. So, okay, so let's go to the discussion. I believe that Dr. Zalina is already been here. Okay, Dr. Zalina, do you have any input or any comment or even question to Mr. Susilo?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Susila,
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
you can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
I would like to ask you about your regression. In your regression, in your study, is the regression run separately for each country?
No. It's not each country, but directly for all the countries.
You are not run separately.
No. We run together.
You run together. So
because we will see the panel effect for the group effect for all, and then from the regression from panel, we can also make it into the individual countries.
Okay.
So we do it separately.
Okay. So for the PMG, right?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to also ask you about the economic policy
uncertainty.
Okay. You said that because of your study is quite good, I think, and it is really significant from your study. It looks like it's very significant for each country. They have to look about this the economic uncertainty. Okay, could you please elaborate more on economic uncertainty? What kinds of indexes that you include in this study?
So wait a moment, doctor. So the economic policy uncertainty is the index that created from the Baker and friends in the 2013 until now. So it is consists of the they where is it? Yes, doctor.
I would like to know
Yeah.
more about
Wait.
that.
Yeah, the economic political uncertainty are the index that made by the Scott Baker and friends since 1997 until now, and then it is consists of they measure the policy related economic uncertainty by what? By the newspaper.
Oh, okay.
So they index it from 3 types of underlying components. For example, like the what is it? And they will search in the newspaper with the with the keywords like economic uncertainty or financial uncertainty, and then financial volatility, something like that. So they search in the 10 large newspaper in each country in the US. Basically it start from the USA. So they search the keyword from the newspaper, 10 newspaper in the monthly. So when they found that these keywords appear in the newspaper, they will quote it into the index, into one or something like that, into the numbers.
Okay. Can you give me examples of the keywords?
Yes.
What kinds of keywords?
Yeah, for example, like the economic uncertainty, something like that, or financial uncertainty, something like that, or anything about the economy policy uncertainty, or not only that, like the shock,
economic shock, for example.
Economic shock, something like that. So many.
So from that particular keywords, they construct an index.
Yeah, they construct index. For the details, I'm not yet see how they develop it, because some of the countries that like Indonesia, Malaysia, we still don't have this index, and actually it is interesting to also contribute to make this index, something like that. But we need to do hard work to how to say, to download or to make the database for the previous newsletter, something like that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Susilo. There's no question from me, Dr. Romi.
Thank you, Dr. Zalina.
There is one question from Dr. Dimas. So he asked about the meaning of sustainable investment. Like, is there any criteria shown in your research connected with sustainable investment?
Huh? Yeah. Sustainable investment is in the broad topic, Dr. Dimas. So basically, this sustainable investment must be have the theoretical, like this, the triple bottom line aspect. So they must consider about the economic, environment, and also the social, not only looking for the profit. For this research, because of the sustainable investment is a broad, is a general. So I choose the sustainable stock market that also related with the sustainable investment. Like actually in practice, the sustainable investment can be run into the project. For example, project for make dam, or making a road or make a company, make a factory, it's also become the sustainable investment. Or in Islamic investment, we have the green sukuk. It's also considered as the sustainable investment. But in this research, to make us easier to gain the data, we choose the sustainable stock exchange that already screening by the United Nations for the sustainable investment. So I mean that's the connection is from the sustainable stock market. We also how to say, we also contribute for the sustainable investment, something like that. I don't know, is it clear or not? How, Dr. Dimas?
Dr. Dimas, has it answered your question? Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Susilo, for delivering presentation. Let's move to
Thank you, Dr. Romi.
Let's move to another presenter here. So I think we have already had Mrs. Yuli Utami. So Mrs. Yuli Utami, are you there? Mrs. Yuli?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay,
Okay.
Assalamualaikum
Yes.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Perfect. Waalaikumsalam, Mrs. Yuli Utami. You have 20 minutes presentation.
Okay,
The
let
time is
me
yours.
need time to okay. Can you see my paper, my slides?
Perfect, Bu. Perfect, Mrs. Yuli.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear respective speakers, today I would like to present my sub-topic from my PhD dissertation. This is about wakaf actually. However, I found one very interesting topic which I have to analyze using another approach which I call as ABCD. This is a very what you call it, famous approach in research world, where ABCD is a asset-based community development, very qualitative. So the approach itself is not need numbers, but a need effort to get in touch with the resource, and also the respondents also have to, you know, have a special approach to get them. So that is why this topic also very short, actually, micro Islamic social capital for micro entrepreneur. Sorry. Let me jump to the reason why I choose this topic. I found that this picture, if you see them, maybe those who live in Yogyakarta especially, they meet them every day, since morning until night, what we call as a micro entrepreneur. In our country, this entrepreneur would support economic mostly since they are the base of economic in our country. I mean, they're less vulnerable when we got crisis like this year's, this amidst of the pandemic. So they still, I mean, they still get their profit, even though this is not much, but they're not fragile as the big company or big entrepreneur. So why? Because the micro, small, medium enterprise, even though they're not significant, encourage national economic growth, but they become a backbone and also buffer zone that save the country from the deeper economic downturn. Because why? Because generally they produce, the SMEC generally produce consumer goods and services that they close to the need of the community. And secondly, people incomes that decline when the economic crisis occur do not have much effect to the demand for goods and services produced by SMEC. This is because why? Because the condition of the large scale business is not, directly collapse when the crisis occur. And also SMEC can even move and observe labor, though this is maybe small amount of the employee they need, but Japan have applied when they have to, driven by they have to strengthening the real sector when they crashed by the atomic bombing in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1942. And also in business as micro, small, medium enterprise, also the actor generally utilize local resource. So they it be for human resource, so capital also, raw material also, and then equipment also. Mean to say that they no need to import everything. Yeah, and mostly in Indonesia, what we need all in Indonesia, so no need to import actually. And the last, generally the SMEC business is not supported by the loan. Yeah, so they don't need bank actually. Therefore, when the crisis hit, they're not truly affected by the monetary crisis or the crisis like COVID-19 currently. So that is why I said that this is a unique phenomenon. When World Bank report, they said Indonesia was again downgraded to a lower middle income country after previously in 2019, Indonesia managed to increase its status to become an upper middle income country. So the decline itself, because why? First, they said this is impact as a COVID pandemic, and it will also decline due to the impact of the what you call it as the per capita income of the country less or decrease. Yeah, so the also need to introduce the three. Some economists said we need to introduce three integrated steps to achieve middle class employment again, which namely accelerating the overall productivity growth. But it is, in the long run, in the short run, it is a bit tough. Because why? Because we need more capital to do it, and transitioning workers to sectors and also companies that create quality job, and building a middle class workforce. And the last, need to change the mindset of the entitled. That the paradigm for Indonesian actually, what Indonesian economic growth and future economic growth also have to rely on the productivity. Yeah, like currently we see that economic have a shifting paradigm to the instant money when they become a YouTuber, or maybe those who work in internet, or maybe they very interested to become a trader in NFT or something like that. But the SMEs could be, facilitating the need to facilitate by the learning process. Because why? Because they are the backbone actually. Yeah, how to stay or stand when the crisis hits. This is what my background, why I choose this topic, because in my mind, the access to the capital for the micro enterprise is very important topic. Because why? They still don't have any chance to get in touch to the bank if they want to increase their capital, or maybe they want to become a bigger entrepreneur, or maybe become a sustained entrepreneur, or maybe Wakaf also do not facilitate cash Wakaf as a equity capital. Because why? In our country, still a bigger discussion, since it's have to deal with the many risks, and that is why I would like to discuss it in a small discussion in a micro enterprise. Because why? Wakaf, if we come to the Wakaf issue, the issue of the Wakaf, and also issue of the zakah, and also small Islamic financial institution, the capital would be is not a big deal to them. Because why? Because the risk also small. It's not so big to be discussed in among of the finance and also banker expert. Yeah, so that is why I use the approach that not using in the discussion in the banking. The method is not used in a banking level. So this is using in the micro level. So I use base asset community development method, where this method have to, we have to encourage people, that they have strength, they still possess. And also this method also help people and their communities to rediscover their strength and to realize what God gave them. Okay, so the ABC also works by these steps. First, discovery, and second, dream, and third is the design, and fourth is divine, and lastly is this destiny. What is discovery? Discovery is the strength within the communities that have been hidden or unrealized all this time. They not realize they have this strength, and we have to encourage them and motivated them how to achieve this. How to get their how to know their strength. And the second is when they know their strength, we convince them that they have a dream. So how to convince them, we have to ask them what they dream. So the people and community are encouraged to dream and to imagine what they really want and translate the dream into language or picture. And after they found it, we design. People need to specify the elements that they must present to make their dream comes true. And the fourth, divine. Was it divine? When the people have found their dreams, we translate them and design them together. And it's time for people to gather the strength they discovered earlier and determine how they use the strength to make their dreams come true. And lastly, when community ensure that what they have to plan, we convince them to implement it. Now, if the community has found the strength and are talking in a new relation pattern, then they have been overcome the challenge that exists, and they are on the right track to realize their dream. So this is what the steps actually how to find their assets. So the asset itself is not talking about the money, but where actually the capital they can fund. Yeah, we have to realize them. We have to remind them. We have to encourage them. So after that, we analyze. Okay, the data itself we collect from the 100% women. Because why? Because the community group that I use as a respondent, this is a group of women who work for economic managing in household waste in social capital. Or household waste is like a recycle waste, yeah, and also they just left arisan. What is arisan? In our country we call it arisan. Is like a social revolving saving or a revolving fund based on their saving. So mostly it's contain usury, even though this is only maybe 2%, but even though this is 0.2% or maybe 0.02%, this is still usury. So this is interest. So we have to avoid it. And then how to avoid it? We discuss it in a small group, and then we transfer it how to become a group which zero interest. Yeah, and here me as a researcher participate in analyzing and also assisting the community to find their strength and also their dream and guiding them, yeah, as well to have high literacy, comply with Islamic transaction, and then strengthening their operational activities by using cash work-off. Saving as a source of enduring capital for micro business. This is from the cash work-off itself, and also from the saving of arisan, and combination of the two. How it's work? It's work by using data which I got from the interview. Yeah, the interview itself is using a snowball method. Because why? To avoid any a biased data. So the triangulation could be happen here, where the snowball, if we don't satisfy in any source, so we can ask them to meet the next respondent that maybe expert, or until we find the answer that satisfied us. And the last, this not last, the method I use for the data collection itself is FGD, and observation, and also documentation. And this is the finding. First, this is the first micro social capital we got from the cash work-off. From where? From the saving of the sale household waste, yeah, recycle waste. So every household, they have waste, and they put it in the separated, yeah, plastic for glass or maybe another waste. And I mean the unrecycled, they put as this what do you call it? Like oh yeah, they for plantation. So the plantation itself is a herbal plantation, and when they sell the herbal, the money they put as a cash work-off. Yeah, so this is the cash work-off is this for the eternal equity capital. And another micro social finance we got from arisan. So this is their saving actually, and the saving put in the institution. We what we discuss, and then we encourage them to have it in their group. Yeah, so this saving would be, become a capital for the institution to lend. Is not to lend, to finance the micro entrepreneur who's want to have a musyarakah or murabaha or istisna and salam. And this is the most important one. The micro social finance would be happen when they gather. See how to gather them. They have no places other than mosque. Yeah, mosque is better place and the best place. Because why? Because in the mosque they also got not only the literation from about the Islamic finance or Islamic transaction, but also the place they can know. I mean, they ask about more about the Islamic economic man has to be, yeah. And the mosque also in Yogyakarta actually the best place to get knowledge or get in touch each other, because most people in Yogyakarta are Muslim, and the mosque in Yogyakarta is around 8,090, and the musalla is almost 5,788, and which most built by Muhammadiyah. This is the institution where our university also built by Muhammadiyah. The mosque itself more than half, yeah, more than half. So the fourth Islamic micro social finance they got from also infak, sedekah, zakat, and also a zakat for amil, yeah. It's not a zakat for another asnaf. The three sources they use as a Qardul Hasan financing source. So this is very good, yeah, where the product itself become more and more. So we have 3, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah, 12 sources for this social finance, micro social finance. So this is what all we found from this research, very small research and very simple research. And this is the conclusion where when we boost the micro entrepreneur, and we got the micro Islamic social capital. So, and we also avoid any interest. So we can get a multiplier effect for the community and even for the country. So in other words, we also support the SDGs. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mrs. Yuli. Is there any feedback or question from Dr. Zalina?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Mrs. Yuli.
Yeah, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I'm really interested in your finding. Okay, so this is what we call it as a community-based research, right?
Yes.
Okay. The ABCD method. Okay, I would like to ask you about the waste, the household waste. Okay, could you please elaborate more on the household waste? What kind of waste, and is it they use this waste to build as their capital, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what kind of waste?
Okay, this is the waste. I mean, the picture is not big enough. Actually, when I enlarge it, become the picture is not good anymore.
Yeah, it is
So
quite.
this is the waste. This is the waste. This is the waste. This is like a small kampong, and this kampong is contain. I mean, how many families they have? Around 500 people live there, and they I mean the housing also is not far enough. They have maybe small front yard, and also even they don't have any backyard. So this house also I mean they living in very what you call it, tolerate each other. So, the waste is become a problem with them if they not manage it. So they discuss and they agree to manage the waste, how to manage the waste. So even though in Indonesia, like in Japan, not like in Japan, when people put the waste into become a like like mountain, become a problem in Yogyakarta also. But in this kampung, they're very creative. Yeah, they put waste in the like in Japan. They specify it a plastic which what do you call it, glasses and others. Yeah, so they sell it to the what you call it here.
They mix product. They mix product from the waste.
No, some they made a product like this one. Like
Okay,
this
okay.
one. Okay, this is two products they have, product B and product C. And product B, they plant a herbal and they sell the herbal.
Okay, okay.
I mean the pupuk, you know what a pupuk baja, you know?
Yeah, baja.
Okay.
Fertilizer.
In Malaysia they call baja.
Yeah.
Baja came from the household waste. So they put as a baja and they plant herbal
Herbs,
and sell it. And this
Okay.
side they plant what do you call it? Vegetables.
Vegetables.
Hybrida vegetables.
Okay, okay.
Some using water, some using land. Yeah, I mean soil.
Soil,
But
okay.
yeah. So the place itself is from the waste.
Okay, okay.
Can you see there?
Okay, sure.
Like you know the vase from the plastic. Okay, some from the cement and some from bamboo. That's from what you call it, from household waste. Yeah, and then which the money they got, they put together in a group they call as Krida Wanita. That's Krida Wanita, because all of them is woman. You can see there one man. This is their teacher actually, their tutor. So all of them is woman, are women. Yeah. So no man, because why? Because even though this woman also work outside, yeah,
Wow.
as a career woman, but also they, you know, in Yogyakarta is like that is why when Miss Dr. Dia present about the why Yogyakarta is become cultural tourism, because in Yogyakarta is you know individual relationship is very close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm not originally from Yogyakarta. I'm from Sumatra. But when I came here, I amazed how they close each other. Yeah. We call they call it as guyup. You know, guyup is very close. Not like also I'm Palembang also, meaning I'm Malay also. So in Malay, even though we close because of religion, but we still have a spread you, me, right?
Yeah.
But in but in Yogyakarta, even though they has a different religion, different culture, different, they have a close what we call as guyup.
Okay.
So this is why we in single corner, setiap bucu in Malay in Yogyakarta,
they know each other.
They know each other and they have a group.
Okay.
Have a group, very small group. So this group have you know, the activities like arisan or just planting something together. Even though they work from morning until afternoon, but in the part of their time they have time together. Gathering. So
that's very good. Okay, my last question for Mrs. Yuli. Okay, because of according to your study, how effective is wakaf cash in powering low-income groups in Indonesia compared to other ways? For example, let's say if we can supply them a capital goods like washing, like machines, saving machine, for example. Again, then why choose wakaf cash?
Okay, why I choose wakaf cash, cash wakaf, because the situation is not possible. I mean, this is a result of the discussion that among themselves. So this approach, I mean, ABCD, encourage them together, right? Think what they want to, what they can do. So what they can do is only about how to gather the money, become a cash wakaf. Because why? If they have to buy something, they have to spend more time. I mean, they need time. I mean, a long duration. Yeah. So what they said, what we can do now is only cash wakaf. Maybe in the future, in the long term, they can do it. Buy something maybe, and produce something maybe. Okay, maybe in the future.
Okay, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Okay, thank you to Mrs. Yuli. That's all for me, Dr. Romi.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Yuli Utami, for your excellent presentation. So this is really unique topic and so topical. And now we are moved to the next presenter. So he is Mr. Ngoin. Do I spell your name correctly? Ngoin Tran Thai Ha from Saigon University, Vietnam. The time is yours, Mr. Ngoin.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, excellent.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me to this wonderful forum. And also, I come from Vietnam, and Vietnam is going the Lunar New Year holiday. According to traditional custom, I want to send my best wishes to you and your family with a good health and happiness. Okay, I will share my presentation about our research. Okay. Yeah. So can you see my PowerPoint?
Sure. Could you please make it full screen?
Okay. So our research is innovation and economic growth, the contribution of the institutional quality and foreign direct investment. Our team are Professor Trần Đình Phụng and Dr. Võ Thị Thùy Vân, Dr. Trần Huỳnh Thương, and me. In this study, we analyze the impact of innovation, but we approach with the different method by using the number of researchers and number of patent and trademark, and we investigate innovation on economic growth. We use the GMM two-step system GMM methodology for analyzing the data, and our data will collect through the workbench, including 69 developed and developing countries between the 2006 and 2014. And so I will come back the five. I show the key points for our research, but I will explain the detail in my presentation. So during period past time, economic theory and empirical study have attempted to identify the significant factor on economic growth, and they have different findings. In our research, we focus on economic theory and empirical study, which have shown the economic growth can improve by 2 key points. The first one, it can be improved by increasing the number of input, for example, natural resource, physical capital, and labor. So we call that traditional economic growth. Yes, and the second economic growth can be improved by increased productivity, such as through the innovation. And we call that we follow the endogenous economic growth. So for the fiscal inputs, is help with dimensioning regional productivity. Innovation is considered a critical determinant for economic growth by Solow and Romer. And Solow predict the economy could achieve by steady state equilibrium, and permanent growth could be achieved through the technological progress over the long term. But Romer suggests endogenous technological change, which were conducted by accumulation of knowledge, and it could be remote. It could promote the long-term economic growth. However, in most the developing country, physical capital, labor, technology, and natural resources still lack a framework to clarify the disparison in economic growth between the developing and developed country. And maybe we can see the difference between the we can see the country like South Korea, China, India, Malaysia, and Singapore, and the rest of the developing countries. So they have different economic growth. In South Korea, China, India, Malaysia, and Singapore, they transform from technology importer to technology exporter. And behind this story were the process of acquiring technology knowledge brought by foreign investors to produce the high-tech products and high-value products. And FDI is the keyword. FDI is keyword, foreign direct investment, because FDI bring the new technology, bring the capital, bring the high skill level staff from the developed country to developing country. And that's one. And the second is the institutional quality. Institutional quality maybe is make a good environment for producing business, for foreign for the foreigner who want to invest to developing country. And so based on them, yes, this research will focus on the two regard. First, our study as a precursor to empirical evidence of effect of innovation, and we use the output. We measure by output. For example, the number of patent and the number of trademark application, and the number of researcher. And most of the various study confirm that they are the key of the innovation. So, and the second, we investigate why, whether or not the different between developed and developing country maybe I mean the high income and medium and low income. So do we have the difference between them in investigating the innovation in the innovation impulse? And so we also investigate the role of the institutional quality and the role of the FDI in the relationship with the innovation. For the literature review, which based on the theory of the Subiter, Solo, Rummer, and we also based on the theory of the institutional quality of Porter. So Solo claimed that the economic growth was sustained by growth of capital and labor force, as well as the growth of innovation. Rummer grew economic growth was endogenously determined and affected by change in endogenous technology and process of knowledge accumulation and knowledge spread. So we also find many various study about the relationship between innovation and economic growth. They are use the input, not output. Sorry, they use the input. For example, development and research and development cost, and sometimes they use the spend maybe the subsidy for the research and development of the government, and with the different approach innovation. So some maybe in recent years, some study use the patent, trademark, and researcher as the output of innovation. And then when I review the various study, I find that most of the study were conducted by each factor, but in our mind, so we debate that most of the important institutional quality play the key role for the to make the good environment for business, and as well as the development of innovation, so that we will investigate the role of the institutional quality. Institutional quality refer to the legal system, government role, and social economic environment which have been used to establish production and exchange merchandise and distribution facility. And in institutional quality contain the formal and informal rule for all in each country. And third, we consider the FDI, because FDI bring the play the external faster, and FDI bring the new technology, bring the capital, as well as the high level labor from developing. And we know that FDI can be can be bring the spillover effect, and for our research we put the 3 hypotheses. The first, innovation has positive effect on economic growth. The second, good institutional environment promote the positive impact of innovation of economic growth. And the third, foreign direct investment enhance the positive impact of innovation economic growth. And for 3 hypotheses, the main hypothesis is the innovation and economic growth, but the good institutional environment and foreign direct investment are the background for the good relationship between innovation and economic growth. For the methodology, we use the system GMM, and we use the World Bank data of the 69 countries, and we put the 4 equations. The first is the economic growth. We use the capital for country. The reason of GDP per capita, we don't use the GDP because we want to eliminate the size of country, and that's why we want to focus on the GDP per capita. And that is the dynamic model with innovation. And innovation, we use the 3 different measurements. The first is the total number of patents, and the second, the total of trademark application, and the third is the number of researchers. And we use the FDI, yes, percentage. And we use the other control variable, for example, education and openness. And we have the first equation. We investigate the innovation on economic growth by GDP per capita. And the second, and also we also find the FDI on the impact of FDI on GDP per capita. And the second, we investigate the difference between the high class and low class country in relationship of innovation. And we want to we try to explain why the innovation in the low country is poor, and why innovation in high country is very strong and positive. And the second equation, we also have the 3 and we also have the 2 equations with the institutional quality and the FDI in the interact with the innovation. And so we of course we will show the statistic description as well as the correlation matrix, but because of the time limit, I will skip the session and focus on our result. And this is our result for the first equation. Can you see economic growth is positively impact to the GDP per capita with the high with high significance. Yeah, 1% in patent trade application and number of researchers. And it implies that improvement of innovation will boost economic growth in the short term, of course, because we don't want children in long term. And then foreign direct investment FDI also has the positive impact on economic growth with the high significance. And the second, we investigate the difference between the high class and medium and low class. So we can speak because I code the class by dummy variable. When a country get a high income, they will be in a high class, and others, and it will receive the one value, and others it will receive the 0 value. Yes, dummy variable 1 or 0, high or not high class. So we can find that the innovation in the high class is positive. Maybe it's stronger than lower countries. It means the innovation process in the high class, such as the South Korea, Singapore, China, or America, may be stronger, and yes, and it impact higher than lower countries. And we define the high class or low class according to the World Bank classification. We follow their instruction. And then when we test the institutional quality, we use the set of data of work governance indicator like Sushi Law. It includes the void and accountability, political stability, absence of violence, government effectiveness, regulation quality, rule of law, and control of corruption. And if it higher than the medium, I will code 0. I will code 1. It means it gets a high quality, institutional quality. Others, I will code the 0. And we also find that the innovation in the good quality may be higher than the low quality, and its impact is stronger. Also use the pattern and check up the number. Maybe it shows that our result is very inclusive. Conclusive.
Sorry, Mr. Moin, but we are running out of time for your presentation. So I will jump to the feedback and question from the discussion. Is that all right, Mr. Moin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in the discussion, Dr. Zalina, do you have any question or feedback regarding Mr. Moin's presentation?
Hello, Dr. Nguyen.
Can you speak loudly?
Hello, Dr. Nguyen. Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, doctor, I would like to ask you. I would like to ask about the index that you use as a institution's quality
Yes.
institutions. Okay, what kinds of may I know what kinds of institution quality that you include in this study when you want to connect with the innovations?
The governance indicator.
The governance indicator, only one indicator for the government's quality.
Yeah, from World Bank. It includes 6 dimensions. Yeah, 6 dimensions. You can find them at the World Wide Web. World governance indicator from World Bank.
World Bank, okay, World Bank data, okay.
Yes.
Because we also have some researcher use ICRG, right? ICRG institution quality. So you use the data from the World Bank.
Yes.
So you use all the 6 dimensions.
Yeah, I use all the 6 dimensions with the medium of I calculate the medium value of them.
Okay.
Yeah. For I use for the institutional quality.
Okay.
Yeah.
How you construct the measurement for the institution quality? That you use the you use the average of that 6 dimensions or what?
Yeah, average of the 6 dimensions.
Okay.
The average value. Yes, and then we the value run from minus 2 from minus 2 to the 2 minus 2
minus 2 to 2, the average.
Yeah, 2.
Okay.
Yeah. And I define the 0 is the average value. If the lower than 0 is the low quality, and its value is higher than 0, it's a good quality.
Okay. I think that's all for me because of the limitations of time. Dr. Romi, back to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zalina, and also Mr. Ngoni for your presentation. Sorry to cut you off during your presentation because we are running out of time. And let's move to the next presenter. So we have Dr. Dimas. Are you there?
Yeah, Dr. Romi, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dimas. So you can just continue your, you can just start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Romi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. First of all, thanks to Dr. Romi, Dr. Zalina, and all the committee members of these programs. So here I would like to share, it might be this not the latest research, but it is just the research that we had done maybe around 3-4 years ago. But hopefully this research could be a pioneer for the extending research in the future. So this research is called Constructing the Resilient Index on Islamic Banking in Indonesia. So this is the flow of presentations. So just brief introductions, Islamic banking industry in Indonesia, literature review on resilience, testing for resilience of Islamic banking, constructing early warning models, and developing framework for resilience and conclusion and policy recommendations. Dear participants and other colleagues, so actually the idea of this index actually just to encourage the researchers or maybe the policymakers how to make a surveillance tools, surveillance tools for any vulnerability and shocks that coming into Islamic banks. So you see that financial crisis is oftenly happens in the few decades, and it makes the Islamic banking or banking sectors in particular a very vulnerable, and in fact the banking system is the dominant intermediary institutions. So banking sectors you see in the some literatures, build up excessive balance sheet leverage, which is whereby this excessive link to the financial cycles. And you see in the financial cycles, we do understood about the boom-bust nature of financial cycles, that this boom-bust mechanism stem from exogenous adverse shocks, resulting or triggering vulnerability in the Islamic bank. So there are two mechanisms that make the boom and bust cycles happens to be very volatile: shocks and vulnerability. So therefore, the analysis of shocks and vulnerability here are the basic motivation for increasing the resilience of Islamic banking in Indonesia. So actually the resilience here refers to the definition of the ability of Islamic banking to withstand shocks. And in the same time, it can continue to provide economic functions in order to avoiding systemic events. So if I may say, the resilience here can be close to sustainability issue actually, because sustainability here refers to the condition whereby the shock and vulnerability happens, but in the same time, this institution remains able to absorb that shocks and vulnerability and remain be able to provide economic functions. So therefore, the significance of this study is to reduce the severity of the systemic event and to prevent the likelihood of the occurring systemic events. And the significance also of this study is we want to examine the tolerable limits of shocks and the optimal level of resilience that arising from macroeconomic imbalances and Islamic banking vulnerability. So in other words, we cannot avoid the shock and vulnerability coming into system, but we may only can do is to limit this level of shocks and vulnerability level. So to what extent the level of shocks and vulnerability that is able to be absorbed by the Islamic banks in particular. This is the basic idea actually. And how to reach that goals? We will try to construct the three ideas. The first is to construct the Islamic Banking Resilience Index. So, and the second one is we try to construct the macro vulnerability index, whereby this Islamic Banking Index, in order to measure the vulnerability, and the macro vulnerability index here is to measure the macroeconomic or the shocks that coming from macroeconomic conditions. And the third one, we try to link then between these two indexes. And in the end, the study will try to address the three important aspects. The first is the level of resilience of Islamic banks. And the second one is the leading indicators that may be used in order to signify or to signal any imbalances in the Islamic banks. And the third one is tolerable limits of shocks. And here just the introduction brief about the development of Islamic Bank in Indonesia. We have macroprudential and we have macroprudential regulation, whereby this macroprudential refers to regulation that tries to limit banking vulnerabilities actually, or try to limit the internal banking risk. And the macroprudential here refers to regulation to promote financial system stability, or how to make the environments where the bank lie is stable. And the third one is by linking this micro and macro prudential, hopefully we can have the soundness of individual institution and mitigating the systemic risk. And here just the brief literatures, dear participants, whereby the some of the literatures, if we see here, they use the backwards looking variables to measure the risk profiling, but they don't build up the surveillance tools. Yeah, just only look at the relationship. I mean, yeah, relationship with A, B, B, and C, but they don't build up the mechanism to what extent this relationship is tolerable, yeah, or maybe can make the system inside better off. And the second one is many episodes of financial distress have been triggered by business cycle fluctuations as a result of the macroeconomic imbalances. So therefore, we need to identify a set of forward-looking indicators as early warning tools. And the third one is the resilience of Islamic banking entails understanding the linkages between the vulnerability and shocks. So the vulnerability and shocks here are the two conditions that must be in line or must be looked for in the balanced positions. Yeah, therefore we try to develop a framework then. And the gap literatures, if you see from some literatures that we have been going through, lack of studies on early warning system using a signal abstraction approach, so basically in Islamic banks. And the second one, study on resilience, is lacking compared to study on stability. I think doctors and audience here can search in the internet. If you look at some literatures, the title dominantly looking at the stability issues, but very rarely the study looking at the resilience issue. In our understanding, the stability could be accessed when the resilience exists first. So the resilience first, and then stability will exist later on. Yeah. And the third one, no specific macroeconomic indicators addresses the resilience as leading indicators, lack of technical steps to facilitate the Islamic banking monitoring tasks, and no framework describes the link between macroeconomic indicators and the resilience of Islamic banks. And here is the little bit testing, how to testing the resilience of Islamic banks. So here we try to look at the three main dimensions. The first is asset price inflation dimensions, yeah. And second one, wholesale funding. And the third one is degree of competitions, whereby these three dimensions actually represent the operational aspect on Islamic banks. Whereby in Islamic bank, we have three main functions: funding, lending, and interaction between funding and lending. So the asset price inflation here actually refers to the lending activities. And the wholesale funding here refers to the funding activities, and degree of competition here, how actually banking sectors can link and match between the funding and the financing itself. And by using these three dimensions, we try to construct Islamic Banking Resilience Index. It's as I said before, that this is the very not updated papers, but we can make this paper as the pioneer to look at another year. So until 2016, and here we try to have 7 steps here, but I will give you the details here, actually the steps. The method that we are using is the non-parametric approach using indexations, whereby the indexations try to look for the threshold in order to balance between the false signals and missed crisis. So it may say signals extraction approach. So this methodology actually was developed by Kaminsky and Reinhardt in 1997, when these two experts try to look at the phenomena of currency crisis at the moment. And this method was used because this method is considered to be very simple method, and then easily used, and also very easy to be updated in terms of the time interval. And the object of research is individual banking variables. We have 3 categories, and then the Islamic bank, yeah, that we used, and the period is this, and this is the steps. The previous step is not yet updated, but we have extended the step into 15 steps, from first step until 15th step, and this step in order to look for the degree of the resilience of Islamic banks. And here is also the frameworks, how to construct the early warning system models. Because in the end of the day, the policymakers should know the occurrence of the event before it happens. Therefore, we as the policymaker can make adjustment then, can bring maybe mitigation techniques or eliminate the potential crisis in the future. So therefore, here we try to develop this, refer to this reference. And in the end, by looking at the systemic vulnerability matrix, we try to achieve the stable system, not high vulnerable system, not volatile system, not low vulnerable system, but we want to achieve the stable system. Whereby the stable system, the condition while the low contagion risk and strong risk management system, whereby high resilience implies stable system. So the resilience must be achieved first. Once it achieved, so the stability will happen afterwards. Yeah, and this one is the hierarchical process that we develop. So we have individual variables, and these individual variables is compiled into 3 dimensions. Yeah. The first is pressure dimension, intermediation dimension, and efficiency dimension. And these 3 dimensions then compile into first composite index, we call it leverage. And this leverage actually then will be used in order to measure the level of resilience of Islamic banks. And here, just the result, the final result. You see, dear participants, that I developed here look like a bell shape. Yeah, bell shape. So the bell shape here look like the actually look like the boom bust cycles. Yeah. So in the financial cycles, we do understood about this one is a boom, the boom period, and here is the bust period. Yeah. And you see that the level of resilience here, if I put here, is the interval actually between the part of left side, if I may say, left side, and a small part in the right side. So this one, why considered to be the optimal level of resilience? Because at this point, the Islamic bank is able to absorb the shocks. Because you see, if here, yeah, and it's go down here, the conditions, the shocks become higher. Yeah, it means the shocks transmitter happens. Yeah, higher lending and less capital and liquidity. So it means that once the bank go into this one, the left hand side, the more bank considered as excessive behavior. But in other side, if the bank selects to be in right hand side, yeah, in right hand side, so the bank is considered to be very too stagnant, yeah, too prudent. Yeah. They don't want to extend any credit and others. So we don't want bank like that. So we want the bank in between not to be excessive and not to be too stagnant or too prudent, but they are in between. So the in between here we consider as the optimum level of resilience. And in this condition, we try to look through the banking resilience that index that we discussed before. And we found that as long as the level is between the index, between this one until this one, the condition will be resilient. But once the index is more than 1.2, for example, so the bank considered to be very excessive. And the last one, if the bank is less than this one, 0.272, the bank is too stagnant or too prudent. So these conditions will give us a level of consideration, particularly for the policymakers, when the policymakers must intervene, must correct and adjust the policy in terms of banking sectors. And here, the second one is about the macro vulnerability index. In this regard, we use the 2 variables, inflation and exchange rate, actually. So this inflation exchange rate was chosen because these 2 macro variables are mostly influencing the resilience or the activity of Islamic banks. Yeah, and we also do some techniques here. Yeah, and we put this technique into these graphs. Yeah, whereby this graph also measure the leveraging basis, yeah, whereby here the left-hand side and we have right-hand side. And if this in the left-hand side, it means that the more the bank goes into the minimum level, yeah, minimum level, it means that the bank here, the macroeconomic condition, it means going to be stronger. It means that the macroeconomic conditions is stable, yeah, at the moment. So the more the variable goes to the smaller numbers here, I call positive gap returns, yeah. So here, so the more the economic condition stable, and the way around, if the macroeconomic condition is go higher, yeah, here nearby the turning around points, so it means that the macroeconomic condition becomes a little bit vulnerable. Yeah. And also the next one here, the more here go to the right hand side, yeah, the right hand side here, the more vulnerable system would be, yeah, or the materialized shock would be happens. So therefore here I put also in the middle here the level of macroeconomic vulnerabilities as the limits, yeah, so that it is considered to be sustainable range. And the next one, the last one is here's the frameworks actually, the framework. So we have here the shocks, and the shock here will change the macroeconomic indicators, yeah. And here we have the link to the changes in income statement of the banks or balance sheet of the bank in the end of the day. And this one will give a risk signaling to the banks, yeah. And the risk signaling actually will be coming from the two items will be measured. I mean, the first is macroeconomic vulnerability index and Islamic banking resilience index. And these two items are linked together that look for the optimal threshold. And this optimal threshold, if within the optimal level of threshold, it means the resilience will take place. Yeah, it means it has adaptive vulnerability. Yeah, and the way around, if passing optimal threshold, yeah, so the bank going to be quite unstable, yeah, either too excessive or too stagnant or too prudent. So here we try to have mitigating systemic banking problem then. So here will be taken care of by macro and micro prudential policies. So basically the micro and macro prudential policies will cover any condition where the indicators, either banks or macroeconomic variables, are moved out of the resilient threshold. So here are the examples, dear participants, about the level of resilience that we measure according to the banking indicators. Yeah. So for example, here we take the NPF, yeah, the NPF percentage. The NPF here, as long as it is between 2.86% until 3.94%, so here considered to be fine for the banking sectors. And if the NPF go up beyond the 3%, for example, so the bank would be curious, would be taking care of this one. And the NPF less than 2%, it means that the bank is too prudent. Yeah. So here just the simple measurement, how we identify any shocks and risks in the banking. And also we have also the trouble limit of shocks in terms of the macroeconomic conditions. So for example, inflation, as long as the 3.5% until 6.36%, so maybe it will be better. Yeah. And all this one are measured through some, I made that non-parametric parameters. We call as the predictive power, GSB, accuracy, loss functions, yeah, and also level of shock absorber. So these are the criteria to what extent we convinced about these numbers, yeah, and also here also some measurement. Okay, I think that's okay. This one, the last one, I guess. This one is if we want to integrate between the banks and macroeconomic conditions. So actually, the Islamic bank will be resilient as long as either the risk and also the shock here is they are meeting in the optimal level. So it means that they are in the surrounding turning around points, not too low, not too high, like that. And this one just the conclusions, but the last one is the policy implication. Then, because we have understood the mapping or the condition where the particular or respective variable located, yeah, so we can then give some implications if the variable or the indicators located is in the position of stagnation, for example. So then the practitioners or the policymakers must upgrade or must increase the position, for example. Or if the variable located in the very excessive behavior, for example, so policymakers maybe should reduce the position so that back to the interval levels. So I think that's all, Pak Romi and dear participants. Actually, my paper has been published in the Journal of Bank Indonesia, Central Bank of Indonesia. You are most welcome to access freely on this link. With that, may God bless us with knowledge and wisdom. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Dimas, for your presentation. So let's go to the discussion. Dr. Zalina, for any feedback and comment or even question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dimas. Very good presentation, Dr. Dimas, and it is good to hear that your paper is already published. Congratulations. Okay, you know that now Islamic banking is no longer as an option for Islamic muamalah system, right? So it is instead a must, especially for Muslim. So as a result, the Islamic banking resilience, it is essential right now. So my question is, how strong the monetary policies impact based on your study on Islamic banking resilience? Particularly if we want to connect it with other indicator that influences money supply. For example, let's say how strong bank reserve or any macroeconomics indicator, money supply tools impact on the Islamic banking resilience.
Okay, doctor, thank you very much. So this is a very good question, actually. You see that Islamic bank in many countries, actually, including Indonesia, they are operating under asset-based operations.
Yes.
So we really more on the murabahah or maybe margin transactions basis rather than the partnership contracts or partnership programs. So it implies that the bank here very sensitive with the asset inflation factors. Yeah. So the asset inflation or asset deflation become very important because this one the sources of income from them. Therefore, in the context of monetary policy, we have we did remember about the transmission of asset price through the interest rate. Yeah. So in that context, in that concept, where the interest rate, because you see, Dr. Zalina, you see that Islamic bank, even though Islamic bank using the profit and loss sharing concept, but in reality, the rate in the margin still connected with the interest rate.
Yeah.
So there is any connections. So if the interest rate in conventional bank increase, so it may increase also the margin rate of Islamic bank and the way around.
Yes.
So because of Islamic bank doesn't have the real rate that will value the asset itself. Still refer to that.
Yeah.
So connect back to the story before that, because the bank is very connected with the asset inflation there. So if the inflation or the interest rate increase, so it will promote any excessive behavior in terms of the how to make the asset here still going up. Yeah. Therefore, the bank somehow give some incentive, yeah, to the customers how to lend the money through Islamic bank, through discount somehow. So the impact then, the connection, doctors, if I may like this, once the inflation increase or the interest rate increase, and this interest rate increase somehow is the representative of the increase of the inflation somehow. If the inflation increase, the asset will be decreased somehow. Yeah, because in inflation increase, the people not eager to save the money in the bank because the money depleted in terms of the value. So they will move to the stock market, for example. They move to the other safe haven assets. So in this context, the connection of the Islamic banking resilience and then the monetary policy is go through to what extent the Islamic bank here can make the asset that they have through the murabahah contract here stable. Yeah. Therefore, in the context of Islamic bank, they have money market, Islamic money market. They have also Islamic liquidity market, Islamic liquidity management, and so forth. So because they want to make this asset safe, doctor. Yeah.
So we can
I put the inflation there, doctor, in the context.
Okay, so we can conclude that the conventional system, the conventional monetary system still has an impact to the Islamic economic system, right?
Correct, doctor. Correct. Exactly. Yeah. You see, maybe the latest research, Dr. Galina, if you see the latest research from Dr. Abdu, yeah. Dr. Abdu here, Muhammad Abdu, I think Dr. Kamula also know this one, the research about the switching behavior of the customer from Islamic bank to conventional banks. So the fact, doctors, the fact is, in reality, the motivation of the customers of the Islamic bank, in particular in Indonesia, is not motivated by religious motive, but profit motive.
Yes.
What is the reason behind? If the interest rate increase in the conventional banks, they will take the money from Islamic bank and move to the conventional banks. Yeah. And the way around. So it means that the motivation is not really religious motive, but it is any kind of the profit motive inside the money that put or deposited in the banks. That one, doctors.
Okay, very good. Very interesting. Okay, thank you, Dr. Dimas.
Thank you, Dr. Salina.
Back to you, Dr. Romi.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dimas, for your wonderful presentation. So we still have one more left presentation, although it is last, but it is not least. Okay, so
can I interject and ask Dr. Dimas?
Oh, okay, so there is still one more question for Dr. Dimas.
Yes, Dr. Dimas, my name is Shazida. I'm from UUM. Dr. Dimas, I wonder, because if we look on the resilience studies before, many have looked on conventional bank, okay? And you are specifically look on the Islamic banking, which is focusing on Indonesia. I wonder, have you compared if there's any differences between the threshold of conventional and Islamic, and is the difference huge among the threshold for the resilience index between conventional and Islamic? Because it's been years. The studies have been looked into how we need to have one index to replicate the interest rate, because we are now depending very much on the interest rate, even though we are Islamic banking. So I want to know, when you do the analysis for the threshold, especially to look on the resiliences now, if we compare to the normal conventional, is it different, or is it just similar, because we are still using the same interest rate as our background of the landscape for the banking system itself? Thank you.
Thank you, doctors. It is interesting discussion actually. So far, doctor, that we have been conducting in terms of the index. So I did a research collaboration with one of the researchers from UUM. We try to extend this research to the Malaysian case. So we tried the comparison research with Indonesia and Malaysia, and now we try to come up with the prototype like now. prototype so that once the variable move up and down, so it could be easily looked at to what extent it impact to the resilient index. Unfortunately, right now, in terms of the conventional banks, we still not focus on that in details, because you see that in conventional bank, in particular in Indonesia, they have had the financial stability index right now. Yeah, so in Indonesia, they have financial stability index. So you can search in the internet, and this financial stability index covers the conventional banking activities.
Yes.
So therefore, I put some uniqueness. So I put the Islamic banking index, and in fact, there is no any single index even taken by the government in order to as the surveillance tools. So hopefully this index can be referred and extended to other countries, and still under discussion right now, doctors, by the way, with our one of researcher from UUM. So hopefully we can do the suggestion from you from conventional, but for now we just focus on Islamic bank only.
Yeah, because it is very interesting, because there are so many studies now looking into Islamic banking, but the sad part of it is that every time we try to push that, there is always a choice, you know, whether you want to base on the interest rate or you want to base on other type of rental or other types of rate to replicate the interest rate itself. No one is actually giving enough attention, because at the end of the day, all the banks always come back to the context of profit. Yeah. So the issues about whether the new rate will give the same profit to the bank or not, you know, and then plus minus, all our policies are actually still based on the interest rate. So it's very interesting to have one paper like you are doing now to look into the resilience, which is solidly based on the Islamic banking. I hope this could be extended further, and all the best to you and also your team. Thank you very much for the paper.
Thank you, doctors.
Okay, so I guess we still have one more presenter here. So Dr. Kamola, are you here?
I'm here. Yes, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for invitation. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Dimas. Nice to see you. And it was wonderful presentation. I learned a lot. Very interesting, and I think it should be also extended, because like you mentioned, when it comes to the switching behavior of customer, we did some research here in Turkey, and interestingly, unlike Dr. Abduk's findings, in Turkey, the religious aspect actually comes first. So that was interesting finding. So maybe we can extend the research and do some comparative study between, let's say, Indonesia and Turkey, for example, and even we can add some more countries. Again, thank you so much for the invitation. I want to thank the organizers from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, as well as University Utara Malaysia, UUM. It's morning here. I know it's afternoon in Indonesia, and in Malaysia it's 11 a.m. in Turkey. And today I want to share also one of my research, which is how to say, it's not very old, but actually it's something which I started during my PhD, this model, interested in this model. And now we are also considering extension of the research with Dr. Dimas himself to think about, to use the model from different perspectives. But before that, I will share with you what we have done. Before. The model is the Black-Litterman model, and we use it in portfolio allocation. And in this presentation, I will give you an example of my paper. I will share also my paper later. It's published paper. The Black-Litterman model in central bank practice, study for Turkish central bank. Now, let us look a little bit at the background of the study, why I was so much interested in this model. And interestingly, one of my most cited work comes for this work, because I have also some other different types of publications. Like my master degree, I also finished in IUM, but in Kuliah of Science, computational and theoretical sciences in financial mathematics, and we were developing a model for the option pricing. So, and during my PhD, I implemented Black-Litterman. So what is Black-Litterman model? Actually, Black-Litterman model is the continuation or improved version of the modern portfolio theory developed by Henry Markovich in 1950s. So the Black-Litterman model is improved version, improved in the way with which it has a Bayesian approach. It has what we call it behavioral finance embedded inside the previous model, where you give a room for the expert views. Expert views in the future performance of asset you put in the portfolio. So when we look at the post financial crisis of 2007, 2009, emerging countries' central banks started to restructure their international reserves. And you know that today, majority of developing countries, emerging countries, including Turkey, including Indonesia, when you check our reserves, the reserves of central banks, you will see that the reserves, they mainly comprise of Forex. And Forex, I mean USD denominated assets, which is treasury bills or US bonds. So this is the main asset inside the portfolio of our central bank's reserves. So during the global financial crisis, on the other hand, we saw that, we witnessed that gold outperformed other assets by 42%. And because this study is a little bit old, I mean, relatively old, in 2015, 2016, now actually we can add another aspect. Gold, we always say that gold loves bad news. That's why whenever you are building a strategic portfolio, I mean, when I talk about strategic portfolio, it means that a portfolio which will well behave, will still generate income even during the times of crisis. Like Dr. Dimas mentioned in his presentation about safe haven assets or hedge asset. Actually, these two differences was given by Bauer and Lucy in their studies. They already identified what sometimes we can mix what is a hedge asset, what is a safe haven asset, how they are different from each other. So to give the difference, safe haven asset is asset which will outperform the rest of the assets inside your portfolio during times of turmoil or during times of crisis. Meanwhile, hedge asset is an asset which will outperform the rest of your assets inside your portfolio during normal times. Okay, so this is difference because when we look at the hedge asset, and when it comes to the times of crisis, turmoil, financial crisis, or health crisis, which we witnessed recently, COVID-19, the hedge asset tends to behave in similar way with the rest of your assets in your portfolio. Meanwhile, the safe haven, it might not be very catchy during normal times. It might outperform, underperform the rest of the assets. The return might be lower during normal times, and it is normal because you need to keep this asset inside your portfolio. Why? Because when times comes, when time of, like, let's say, black days or rainy days comes, this asset will outperform the rest of your assets inside the portfolio. So this is mainly the difference between safe haven and hedge. So when you are trying to build strategic portfolio, which will well behave again, generate returns, and also not only generate returns, but sometimes most probably during the turmoil or this crisis times, to keep the value of your portfolio, right? So we saw that gold outperformed 42%. When we look to what happened after this recent health crisis, again, we witnessed that gold is outperforming all the rest of portfolio. Like in Turkey, before COVID-19, 1 gram of gold was around 300 liras, even less, like 250 liras. Today, gold's price is 800, like 700, and a little bit more, like almost 800 lira. See how gold can outperform. And now I will also give you some statistics about that. So during financial crisis, we saw that gold outperforms the rest of assets, and therefore we say that it's not only we say that, there is also another studies, especially studies conducted by World Gold Council, which highlighted that gold have to be included inside the investment portfolio, and it will help to survive economic turbulence with less harm. However, now another question here, okay, we are clear that we need to include gold inside the portfolio. However, what should be the percentage? What should be the weight of gold inside your portfolio? This is another question. So to answer this, we use Black Litterman model, and we just give example with Turkish Central Bank. We took the current portfolio of Central Bank, the current balance sheet, and we propose the new one, more resilient one, more stable one. Well, again, if you go back, the financial crisis of 2008 resulted in paradigm shift, because this is first time it happened in 2008. When it comes to the COVID-19, we were a little bit more prepared, we saw, because COVID-19, yes, it is a black swan event. Black swan event means in economy we use to describe the event which has a severe effect, and we don't have the same before. For me, why I choose this topic, maybe I will share my personal experience. I was born in Soviet time, in Soviet Union, and I witnessed the collapse of Soviet Union, of the country. So the collapse of country, because sometimes, now a discussant mentioned that should we, like we are living, even we are dealing with Islamic banks, yes, but still we are living in the conventional monetary system. And if you go a little bit back to the conventional monetary system, when it was established in 1944. Starting from 1944, this Bretton Woods monetary system, the whole world is on the fiat money system, because before, when it comes to the international trade, we need to use gold, right? There was a money with intrinsic value, which has a value of itself. But starting from 1944 up to date, we are on the fiat money system, where you have money which is backed by nothing but government. And sometimes, if I tell you now, what if the government will collapse? The government which is backing your money will collapse. Your answer, because we never witnessed that, we will say it will never happen, right? However, we witnessed that. We witnessed that collapse of USSR or Soviet Union in 1990s, 1990, 1991. The collapse of country, the collapse of money. So it resulted in collapse of money. It means, what does it mean, collapse of money? It means all your wealth accumulated in your banking account becomes nothing but paper, nothing. There is no value for that. So I remember for myself that my parents, who saved enough for 3 of us, we are 3 siblings, for our future education, to buy house for each other, for each of us. All this money was just enough to buy, at the end they just withdraw it and bought 1 table with 6 chairs. That's it. See how, what can happen. This is what we call black swan. Black swan, because why people are not prepared? Because they never see the same in the past. This is example of Soviet Union, but however, even for example in Turkey, when I talk to my students, when I tell them that this might happen, sometimes they don't believe. Why? Because they never experienced. But once you experience, you are prepared. On the other hand, okay, this is about my parents. My grandmother, who was born before this fiat money system, She never believed in paper money. So all her reserves, all her savings, I mean, was in gold. Of course, at the time you cannot keep gold bullion because it was restricted by government, but you can keep gold jewelry. So whenever she has money, she will convert it, she will buy gold jewelry, and her wealth increased times and times and times during the collapse of Soviet Union. So this shows you that you have to include gold into your portfolio. It on government basis or personal basis if you want to survive the turbulence, the economic turbulence of any kind. It can be geopolitical, it can be health, it can be financial, but any types of bad news, the price of gold will raise. So when we look at the central banks, so what's the main objective of central banks? So we can sum up them into three. First, safety, second, liquidity, and third is profitability. Therefore, managing of foreign reserves should meet all three objectives accordingly. So these are objectives of central bank. Central banks need to have a money asset which is safe, and it can be hedge or safe haven. It should be liquid. It means it should be convertible into cash within the the liquidity. We also differentiate, like according to Basel III, the HQLA or high quality liquid asset means assets which you can convert into cash within 30 days. So we, if you look at that measurement, and it should profitable. It means it still need to generate some return. So to shed a light into the central bankers' attitude after the crisis, I mean 2008-2009 crisis, Morahan and Mulder conducted a survey for IMF among central bankers of 160 member nations. Their findings suggest that most reserves managers would consider holding a higher proportion of safer assets and would also contemplate applying more robust frameworks to ensure that at least part of foreign reserves consists of hedge or safe haven assets is an important factor which determines the performance of central banks and therefore of country during financial turmoil. Bauer and Lucy, which I mentioned previously, in 2009 suggest that hedge asset is an asset which outperforms average portfolio during normal times of economy, while safe haven asset is an asset which outperforms the average portfolio during the extreme times only. So we shouldn't be very skeptical to the assets which we call safe haven if they are not performing well during normal times of normal state of economy. It is normal. And that's why we talk about the portfolio diversification, right? Because Markovich's main idea, so I'm coming now to the Markovich's portfolio theory, the Markovich's main idea was to separate eggs into different baskets. Don't put all eggs into the same basket. This is the main idea behind the modern portfolio theory. I mean, diversification. You have to include assets which are not correlated to each other. It means if one asset is growing, the second should be going down and vice versa. By including assets which are uncorrelated to each other, the investor is likely to minimize the risk while maximizing the profit. Sometimes you see, especially individual investors, this is my experience, they have few assets in their basket, but not really few. It will be like very, very limited, maybe 2 or 3 assets. It will be a foreign exchange, it will be a little bit gold, then also stocks. So whenever the value of one is going down, they feel very frustrated. They feel they're losing. Actually, no. You have to always look at the general performance of the portfolio, not to the performance of one asset only. So Henry Markovich in 1952 explained his model as follows. He said that if security returns were not correlated, diversification could eliminate risk. It would be like flipping a large number of coins. We cannot predict with confidence the outcome of a single flip. But if a greater many coins are flipped, we can virtually be sure that the heads appear on the approximately 1/2 of them. And this is actually basis of probability theory. When we teach probability theory, we say that, yeah, when you are flipping a coin, you cannot predict what second will, right? And we call it also the Markov chain. Markov chain means the outcome of the second flip is independent from the outcome of the previous flip, because sometimes people can misunderstand, and we also witness this a lot when it comes to the portfolio management. Sometimes people relate too much on the historical performance of an asset, which can mislead you. Doesn't mean that, for example, if I got I flip my coin 5 times and the 5 times I got head, and I ask question, what's the probability I will get tail for, during my second flip? Sometimes people give higher probability for getting tail. However, the probability is always same, 50%, 50%. It means either you will get head or tail, regardless the past performance of the past outcomes of the flipping. Okay, so we related too much into the performance of the assets when we are building a model, because this can really mislead people. And we see this in many researchers conducted by previous researchers, especially in probability theory. So to reduce risk, it is necessary to avoid a portfolio whose securities are all highly correlated with each other. Okay, so you have to choose securities which has less correlation. It's easy to do. You just, again, you can just calculate the correlation. You can use Excel, you can use SPSS. This process is very easy. So modern portfolio theory helps the investor to build a portfolio which considers the level of risk acceptable for the investor. This is another thing which also we use in return, because here what I can do, I will ask, I will check the level of your risk tolerance, which is measured with the parameter lambda, and I will include this into my model, and you will get the different portfolio, the different weight of assets inside the portfolio, depending on your risk appetite. If you have high risk appetite, which is more risk, more income, more return, you know, in finance, the more risk you take, more return you get. On the other hand, more you can lose. So again, probability of getting revenue is higher. However, the probability of losing of your money is also higher. So before forming the portfolio, the manager should analyze each asset to be included separately. Thus, the manager can determine for each asset first the expected return, which is based on the past performance of the asset. Second, indicators of risk. Again, this you calculate using the volatility of your asset and relationship with other assets. That's why also we call Markovitch model or modern portfolio theory as a mean variance theory. Another name of the same model is mean variance, because you are looking at the mean and you are looking at the variance. Mean is the average return, expected return, and the risk is volatility, which is sigma. After isolated analysis of the asset, one can calculate various weight combinations to determine the profitability with given level of risk. Again, you might have, let's say, only 2 assets for simplicity, asset A and asset B. Asset A has a higher volatility, however, it has higher expected return. And if your level of appetite for risk is higher, you will get higher portion of asset A in your portfolio. After isolated, to determine the optimal portfolio, first of all, the investor should find the best feasible set of relation between expected return and risk, which lies on the efficient frontier, where all possible efficient portfolios take place, and any portfolio below the efficient frontier has either higher risk or lower expected return. So,
excuse me, Dr. Kamala.
Yeah.
I know that you are in a very high spirit and energy right now, but actually we are running out of time because each presenter is allocated to speak for 20 minutes only. So do you mind if I open up the Q&A session?
Yeah, sure. Sure, but okay, yeah, please. Maybe during Q&A we can continue.
Okay, so maybe we will have a better discussion during Q&A. So, Dr. Zarina, do you have any question for Dr. Kamula?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi Dr. Kamula.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Okay, I'm Zalina from UUM. Okay, I would like to ask you questions. There is possible for us to estimate or to measure the threshold of asset or goal that need to be located in the investment portfolio. Can we measure that? Maybe use by using the Black Litterman model.
Okay, can you repeat your question? I didn't understand exactly what you want to ask.
There is a possible for us to measure the threshold of asset or goal that need to be located in the investment portfolio.
Yeah, okay. Actually, this model is all about that. That study was all about that. I mean, when you as I told you, gold, yes, it outperforms the rest of the assets during bad times. Again, during bad times, because during normal times, it might not shine at all. However, how much of gold to put into a portfolio, what's the level, what should be the weight or threshold of the gold. So this is possible with Black Litterman, even without Black Litterman. The same can be given by Markovich model, mean variance portfolio allocation, but the problem of mean variance model, you can use same model, you will get the result, yes. But the problem with this model is that it is not intuitive. It is just looking to the past performance of the asset. Meanwhile, in Black Litterman, we also include the views of the portfolio manager or expert view. We call it expert view. What is expert view? Like, and as an expert, he has intuition, which is based on his expertise, on his knowledge. He can say that, oh yeah, I think in coming 5 years, this is the economic situation is awaiting us. So I expect that gold will, for example, outperform US bonds inside the portfolio, let's say by 5%. And also another important thing in Black Litterman, you can add the uncertainty of views. So I have this view, but the level of my certainty is, let's say, 80%. So from there, just to show you how we did it, back to your question, this dark maroon is the current portfolio of Central Bank of Turkey. So, for example, just look at the gold. Currently, we have when you look to the whole balance sheet, only 50% of the reserves are gold. So, but when you use the Black Litterman, which will help you to build a portfolio which is strategic, resilience to risk in the future during Black Swan event, this is what should be the optimal level, 40%. So again, it depends. Yeah, you can get weight always using any model, but what is your model and what is your objective? Another question, what is your risk level? If you are not very, if you don't have very high risk appetite, you will have totally different weight of gold or any other asset. But if you have a high risk appetite, you will get another type of weight of each asset inside the portfolio. I hope I answer your question, Dr. Zalina.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. I would like to ask one more question. Is it possible for us to apply Black Litterman model to other macroeconomics variables? For example, let's say we want to measure the risk from exchange rate, for example.
Risk of exchange rate. Can, because this also, what do we mean by macro? Because when we talk about risk of exchange rate, it is directly, of course, it's more market risk. It's more market risk. But however, since in Black Litterman we have intuition, and now actually we will work with Dr. Dimas, and I'm preparing my proposal, we want to go beyond, not only macro. With macro variables, of course, can, because here we have intuition, but I'm thinking how to use this model for Islamic banks, especially for not only banks, for Islamic investment portfolios, like Islamic funds. Maybe this will be our preliminary discussion, Dr. Dimas. I was thinking, now we get views of Sharia scholars to avoid the Sharia non-compliance risk, because the one risk we have unique for Islamic financial system is Sharia non-compliance risk. So if you want to build portfolio which will perform with less Sharia compliance risk given, and also provide you a very good return, because sometimes when you go, like Dr. Dimas mentioned also in his study, when you play too safe, too prudent, you forgo your income, your revenue, your returns. This is also not well welcomed, especially for fund managers. You have to balance with the, like, if this is the level of your risk, I should provide, your model should provide the highest rate of income, of return, with the level of risk given. But what is different for us in Islamic finance is that we want also asset, which is we need asset in our basket, not only performing well, but also Sharia compliant. We have to avoid Sharia non-compliance risk, right? So especially in future, because like in Turkey, for example, now we are developing the takaful sector is emerging. What means takaful sector? Takaful sector means once the sector is emerging, it means you have funds which need to be invested, and we have lack of investment instruments, Sharia compliant investment instruments. So this one is also, it will be the upgrade of this research. Okay, inshallah, we are going to conduct together with UMI.
Okay, terima kasih. Thank you, Dr. Okay, that's all from me, Dr. Rumi.
Okay, so that's a great dream for Dr. Kamula and also Dr. Zalina. So I think we are reaching at the end of the second plenary session. So I think it would be better if I give the remaining of the event to the main MC in our event. So, Miss Ani, are you there?
There.
Miss Ani, are you up there? Miss Ani?
Oh, let me stop sharing.
Okay. I think there's a technical, yes. Okay, Miss Ani, you are there, finally. Hello, Miss Ani. Okay, so I should return the event to you. So no, it's totally yours.
Bu Ani is not there, Pak Romi.
Bu Ani is there, so I think that she's still muted.
Well, it's still mute.
Okay, yeah, it's almost end, yeah, and then I lost my focus, yeah, so sorry, deeply sorry about that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all for the second plenary session for our agenda this afternoon. And then thank you very much to all of the presenters, Mr. Susilo, Mrs. Julie Utami, Dr. Dimas, and Dr. Kamula. Thank you very much for the presentation. You did such an interesting and amazing presentation, and topics, of course, yeah. Thank you very much. And then, well, I think it's close to the end or the closing, yeah, right away. I will not waste the time, yeah. I see so many faces here, yeah, tired faces, yeah, from morning until the late afternoon almost. So I will not make it longer, yeah. So this is the end of the agenda of this today. So allow me to give our high appreciation to all of you who have joined this event from the beginning until the end of this session. And then thank you really much for you, all the presenter and the participants, for joining this event, the International Research Dissemination Forum 2022. And then from the committee, is there any info that you want to add before I close this event today? Is there any additional info? Or maybe the participants and presenters can, can chat you or can contact the, the number
Maybe
or
there's
the email, through the email. Yeah, I
there's
think.
little
Okay.
info, Miss
So,
Annie.
yes, is there any additional
Yeah.
info from the committee?
For the certificate, you all of you can access for the presenter and the participant. You can access in maybe it's about Friday from the website. I will give you an email to all of you, then you can access that. Okay, maybe just that, and then we can take photo together. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. That's the important thing, the important part at the end before we close our event this afternoon. Okay, please, Mas Dana, will you please? I will count 1, 2, 3. So please, all the participants, the presenters, participants, committee, maybe you can turn your camera on, and Mas Dana will take the photos for us for the documentation. Are you ready, Mas Dana?
Okay, maybe we wait about 30 seconds for all
Oh,
of you
yeah,
prepare.
okay. Maybe you can do some touch up first before Mas Danang, yeah, started taking the picture.
Okay, I think some of you have turned on the camera. I will take the picture. There is 3 slides of this Zoom meeting, so will be 3 times. Okay. So this is the first. Maybe you can show up your style or maybe face hand or thumbs up like that.
Yeah, your smile is
Your smile.
your sweetest smile.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, first picture. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, then the second one. Okay, maybe it's enough. Thank you, Miss Annie.
Okay, thank you very much, Mas Dana, for taking the picture of us. And last but not least, the presenters and all participants, before I close this event, allow me to say a quote that I know about research. No research without action and no action without research. See you in the next International Research Dissemination Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. See you when I see you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye. Have a nice
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
day.
wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamula, Dr. Titis, Dr. Zalina.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was great.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you in the next time. Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, and inshallah, see you next event.
See you, doctor. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay.